Hi. Good, thank you. I would like to call the meeting of the City of Alachua Planning and Zoning Board meeting to order for May the 13th, 2025. If you would, please stand for the invocation and the Pledge of Allegiance. And I would like to announce that we have a guest with us tonight, Alan Norton, who is a minister at one of the local churches, recently relocated here. And we welcome him to our city and appreciate his participation.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Bow with me, please. O gracious and almighty Heavenly Father, we are grateful for this day that you have given us and this time that we have to come together as members of the community to discuss matters of great import to the citizens here in Alachua. Heavenly Father, and we humbly pray that those things being discussed here will be given full course, Heavenly Father, and will be given full thought and consideration. Heavenly Father, as those matters to be considered, we know that for those of us who need wisdom, Heavenly Father, in trying times, we know that all one must do is ask with faith, Heavenly Father, and as your word says, wisdom will be given generously. Heavenly Father, we pray that wisdom now come to the board and to the citizens assembled here and the citizens of this community. Heavenly Father, we pray that the ears of those assembled be opened to the opinions of each other, Heavenly Father, that the hearts be tempered with compassion, Heavenly Father, for those petitions, and that decisions being made here will be made with wisdom, Heavenly Father. For, Heavenly Father, we know that with your wisdom, all is possible. And, Heavenly Father, good decisions can thus be made. Heavenly Father, as this body goes about its business, Heavenly Father, we ask that your peace be upon them, Heavenly Father, and that those things being handled here are being done well and just and true in your sight. Heavenly Father, we pray that you forgive us of any unforgiven sins that we have made, that we have committed, as we forgive those who have sinned against us. And as always, Heavenly Father, it's your Son's high and holy name we pray. Amen. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Before we get into our agenda tonight, I would like to request that everyone please silence your cell phones so that they do not interrupt the meeting. And I would also like to read a statement regarding the rules of civility. The City of Alachua encourages citizens' participation in the democratic process and recognizes and protects the right of freedom of speech afforded to all. As the board conducts the business of the city, the rules of civility shall apply. Board members, city officials, and members of the public are to respectfully communicate according to the Commissioner's Rules of Procedures. Persons shall speak only when recognized by the presiding officer, and at that time refrain from engaging in personal attacks and derogatory or offensive language. Comments from citizens being made at a time other than during the period titled Citizen Comments on Subjects Not on the Agenda should be focused on the issue at hand. Outbursts will not be tolerated, and those who do not conduct themselves in a respectful and lawful manner shall be subject to removal as outlined in the Commissioner's Rule of Procedures. It shall be the responsibility of each individual to demonstrate civility. So thank you for that. Our next item is approval of the agenda. Do we have any modifications or adjustments to the agenda as published?
Madam Chair, no changes to the agenda.
Thank you. So I would like to ask the board for a motion to approve the agenda.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. All in favor, please signify by saying aye.
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 Ms. Robbins?
Yes, I would like to, thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to make a comment, get a clarification regarding the motion to approve the agenda. Is that possible?
Sure.
Thank you. Board members, staff, my name's Tamara Robbins. At your last meeting, the audio-video equipment was not functioning properly, so the replay of the video had for the continued whole meeting, which was public hearings, correct? Y'all remember that? There was feedback and overplay for the whole entire meeting, so it was not impossible, but close to it impossible to hear the audio and connect it up to the video and even make, because it was, there was talking over constantly because it was like feedback. So I'm asking tonight if you could please, Madam Chair, confirm whether or not the audio video equipment is functioning properly to record this meeting. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Brenda, do you have a response to that, if you'll come forward?
Brenda Flieger, Planning Assistant. The audio system was having problems. We do understand that the last meeting was hard to disseminate. However, the minutes reflect what was said, and the minutes will be published once they're signed. The audio system for tonight has been tested, and as far as we know, is functioning properly at this time.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so we already have a vote and an approval of the agenda. So our next item, we have no old business, but we do, under new business, we have approval of the minutes of the April 15th, 2025 meeting. That is the meeting that Ms. Robbins was referring to, correct? So we have the written minutes, so if the board members have had an opportunity to review those minutes, do we have a motion to approve?
So moved.
I'll second.
We have a motion and a second. Ms. Judd has advised that since she was not here, she will abstain from voting on the minutes from last month's meeting. So the remaining members, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Okay, the minutes are approved. We didn't have a roll call, but we will announce that we do have a full dais tonight. We have all 5 of our members, and we have Ms. Certain from the school board back with us, so thank you for carving out some of your busy schedule to be with us, and thank you for attending, so appreciate that. Our first item, item B, is an administrative item. It is review of the 2025 Annual Concurrency Status Report. So we will turn that over to Carson Crockett for that presentation.
Thank you. Good evening, Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair, board members, Mr. Interim Planning Director, and Madam City Attorney. Carson J. Crockett, planner with the City of Alachua, Planning and Community Development Department. My resume is on file in the Office of the Deputy City Clerk. This item is a review of the 2025 Annual Concurrency Analysis Report published on May 1st of this year. I believe it's at the end of the presentation. Brenda, if you could please restart the presentation. Thank you. So before we get into the weeds of this report, I just want to define a few terms that will come up often throughout this presentation. Concurrent means that the public facilities necessary to maintain the level of service standards adopted in the comprehensive plan and the land development regulations will be available when the impacts of development occur on the public facilities affected by the development. Level of service standard indicates the capacity per unit of demand of a public facility. For example, the level of service standard for potable water is set forth in the city's comprehensive plan and is 275 gallons per day per equivalent residential unit. If that capacity is unavailable, then the level of service standard would be adversely impacted. That's what that means. And finally, imminent deficiency means an approaching deficiency in a public facility caused when the existing demand and capacity reserved for approved development through the issuance of a certificate of concurrency compliance reaches 95% of the capacity of said facility at the adopted level of service standard. So now that we got that out of the way, Chapter 163.3180 Florida statutes requires a local government to monitor concurrency for certain mandatory public facilities and allows optional monitoring of other public facilities. The City of Alachua Comprehensive Plan establishes minimum level of service standards for monitored public facilities. Section 2.4.14 of the city's land development regulations establishes the city's concurrency management system, providing the framework for the review of public facility impacts, which would be generated by new developments to ensure that adequate capacity exists to serve such new development. The concurrency management system provides regulations to ensure that no development order is issued unless adequate public facility capacity for all monitored public facilities is available. The city monitors concurrency for potable water facilities, wastewater facilities, transportation facilities, solid waste facilities, drainage facilities, and parks and recreation facilities, and public schools through an interlocal agreement with the School Board of Alachua County. Facility impacts are evaluated at two different stages during the development review process. Preliminary development orders, such as rezonings, preliminary plats, or PD master plans, are reviewed under the standards of a Certificate of Level of Service standard. A Certificate of Level of Service standard is for informational purposes only and does not reserve concurrency. A Certificate of Level of Service standard is valid for 180 days and is issued regardless of capacity availability. Final development orders, such as site plans, final plats, and final PD plans, are reviewed under the standards of a Certificate of Concurrency Compliance. A Certificate of Concurrency Compliance can only be issued if capacity is currently available to serve the development or if capacity will be available by the time the impacts of development will be felt. A Certificate of Concurrency Compliance is valid for 1 year or 2 years from commencement of construction and does reserve concurrency. Moving forward in the presentation, you may hear me say preliminary development order for Certificate of Level of Service versus final development order for Certificate of Concurrency Compliance. We use those terms interchangeably. As of May 1st, 2025, 36 valid certificates have been issued, 3 for preliminary development orders and 33 for final development orders with reserved capacity. The methodology for determining concurrency is rather simple and set forth in section 2.4.14H of the city's land development regulations. Facility availability is determined by taking the maximum service volume of that facility, subtracting the existing demand of that facility, and then subtracting the reserved capacity from final development orders, which results in the available capacity of a facility. Project impacts are determined by taking the available capacity of a facility and subtracting the project's projected impacts, which results in residual capacity. Facility capacity is available to serve a proposed development if the impacts generated by the proposed development to each public facility do not exceed the available capacity. Basically, we're looking to make sure that residual capacity is a positive number. Getting into the first facility, transportation, the city monitors 17 roadway segments for concurrency. Segment 1 and 2, which are both I-75, have a level of service standard of a grade C. All the remaining segments have a level of service standard of a grade D. I do want to clarify that this does not mean that the roadway segments are currently at that grade level. Rather, that is the acceptable grade level as set forth in the comprehensive plan. This is the map of the 17 roadway segments. The roadway segments are a little cumbersome to go over in presentation format, so I would direct you to look at Table 3-1 in the 2025 Annual Concurrency Report for more specific data related to each segment. That said, no imminent deficiencies presently exist on any roadway segment. However, I would note that Segment 6 is at 93.02% utilization and will need to be closely monitored moving forward. The comprehensive plan establishes a level of service of 275 gallons per day per equivalent residential unit on an average annual basis for potable water facilities. Demand generated by non-residential uses can vary substantially, so a level of service standard for non-residential development is not adopted, and instead a professionally acceptable source is used for the specific type of non-residential development on a site-by-site basis. If the existing demand and reserved capacity of the city's potable water facility reaches 85% of the permitted design capacity, no further development orders or permits for projects without reserved capacity will be issued until additional capacity becomes available, or funds to increase facility capacity are committed in accordance with the development agreement. As shown in this table, the current permitted capacity of the treatment plant is 2.3 million gallons per day, with actual water flows of 1.56 million gallons per day, and a reserved capacity of 391,000 gallons per day, resulting in an average capacity of 343,000 gallons per day, also expressed as 85.08% of permitted design capacity utilized. However, funds have been allocated in the fiscal year 2025-2029 capital improvement program. Therefore, there are no issues related to exceeding that 85% at this time. The comprehensive plan establishes a level of service of 250 gallons per day per equivalent residential unit on an average annual basis for wastewater facilities. The same here applies with non-residential uses, as those can vary substantially, as with the water. Also, the same standard for the 85% of treatment flows here as well. As shown in this table, the current permitted capacity of treatment is 1.5 million gallons per day, with actual treatment flows of 813,000 gallons per day, and a reserved capacity of 362,000 gallons per day, resulting in an available capacity of 324,000 gallons per day, also expressed as 78.34% of permitted design capacity utilized. There are no concerns related to wastewater facility capacity at this time. The comprehensive plan establishes a level of service of 5 acres of community neighborhood or pocket park area per 1,000 persons, with a minimum of 20% of that required acreage consisting of improved passive parks. Table 3-4 and 3-6 in the 2025 Annual Concurrency Analysis Report identify all available recreation facility acreage within the city. There are no concerns related to the adopted level of service standard for recreation facilities. As shown in the table on the screen, which is Table 3-5 in the report, the existing recreation acreage in the city is 135.48 acres, with acreage required to serve the existing population at 56.48 acres, and a reserved capacity of 12.44 acres to serve future residents, resulting in an available capacity of 66.56 acres, also expressed as 50.87% of the existing recreation acreage capacity utilized. For the 20% requirement, the existing improved passive park acreage in the city is 34.82 acres, with acreage required to serve the existing population at 11.3 acres, and a reserved capacity of 2.49 acres to serve future residents, resulting in an available capacity of 21.04 acres, also expressed as 39.59% of the existing recreation acreage capacity utilized. For solid waste, the comprehensive plan established a level of service of 0.73 tons per capita per year for residential development. The same applies with non-residential development, as that can vary wildly. The city relies on data from the New River Solid Waste Association for accurate available capacity data. As shown in the table, the New River Solid Waste Facility has an anticipated capacity of over 30 years. Public school concurrency is monitored and maintained in accordance with the interlocal agreement between the School Board of Alachua County and the City of Alachua. As of May 1st, 2025, there are a total of 16 issued certificates that contain a public schools component, 2 of which are preliminary development orders, and the remaining 14 are final development orders with valid concurrency reservations issued by the School Board of Alachua County. The City of Alachua is served by the following concurrency service areas. For elementary, Northwest Alachua. For middle, Mabane. And for high, Santa Fe. As this table shows, the Northwest Alachua CSA has 76.04% of its capacity utilized, the Mabane CSA has 49.24% of its capacity utilized, and the Santa Fe CSA has 80.02% of its capacity utilized. I should note that the data typically produced and made available by the School Board of Alachua County at this time of year when we draft the report was not yet published at the time of writing the report. As such, this data is from a September 2024 count of enrollment in the CSAs. Policy 3.1.a of the Community Facilities element of the Comprehensive Plan establishes the level of service standard for stormwater facilities. Policy 3.1.a requires that the peak rate of post-development runoff not exceed the peak rate of pre-development runoff for storm events up to the 100-year critical duration rainfall depth for all development. Additionally, stormwater basins must be designed to treat the first inch of runoff and must be designed in accordance with and to perform to the standards established in Chapters 40C-42.025 and 40C-42.035 of the Florida Administrative Code. Compliance with the adopted level of service standard for stormwater is addressed through the development review process on a site-by-site basis. To recap, all public facilities which are monitored by the city for concurrency are operating within the adopted level of service standards. No imminent deficiency presently exists. No capital improvement projects are currently required. However, funding has been allocated to address potable water facility capacity in the fiscal year 2025-2029 capital improvement program. At this time, I'm available to answer any questions the board may have regarding this presentation.
Thank you, Carson. Board members, any questions, comments regarding this report? This is strictly administrative and informational, so there's no requirement for a vote on anything. But it is a time to ask questions. Ms. Judd?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. I had a couple of quick questions. Let's see, with regards to the level of service standard on the GPDs in the comp plan, we have 275 and 250 respectively. When was the last time that those GPDs were in place? Do you follow what I'm saying? In other words, have those been the same numbers for 10 years or how long?
I'd have to look back at our previous version of the comprehensive plan. The comprehensive plan was last at its major update in 2020. I am unsure of if that changed between 2020 and the previous version, but it was at least reviewed at that point in time.
So, Madam Chair, these numbers have been in for at least maybe 5 years, give or take?
Madam Chair, I would say that's an accurate statement.
All right. Then my other question is, when will the new well field be done?
I would defer to, Madam Chair, I'd defer to the interim planning director on that one.
Project's tentatively in operation in August this year.
So just, Madam Chair, clarification, when you say in operation, meaning breaking ground, or it'll be operational?
Let me rephrase that. Substantial completion, final completion, and then it will be fully operational in November.
Thank you. That's it. Thank you.
So regarding that, that's when we increase our capacity by 1 million gallons per day, when that well field is functional, right?
And so in reference to the well field, that is for operational use only. We're not increasing our pull from the aquifer. Our cup has remained the same. And so that well field provides diversification for the city and operational flexibility. So that's the purpose of that well, and that well functions at 1 MGD. That's correct, Madam Chair.
But that increases the capacity.
It increases the operational capacity of the distribution system.
So we're at 85% now. So when that comes online,
And so there are 2 permits that we look at. One of them is a permit through Swanee River Water Management that allows us to pull a certain quantity out of the aquifer. The second permit that's referred to here is the permitted capacity or treatment capability of the treatment plant. And so the treatment capability is as reflected, so the city has the option to treat water at that extent. Am I clarifying or am I causing more confusion?
So, so just for clarification, because it was stating, you know, that we would be below our 85% capacity when that comes online. So does that mean that at this point, we're not at a point of having to defer additional, since we're at the 85% already? Does that mean that we will be able to continue to approve?
That's correct. Yes,
Future.
ma'am. We have the capability to treat at that percent. Yes, ma'am.
Madam Chair, some additional clarification. The level of service standard for public facility capacity on potable water is the treatment flows, not the cup from Swanee River. So that number for treatment flows will indeed increase.
Okay, perfect.
Madam Chair, just for clarity, were you talking about the gallons per day per capita is what you were asking about earlier? Per-
Yes, Madam Chair, and that's in the comp plan, and there was a reason through the chair why I was asking that. I don't know the last time that there's been a major overhaul on that on the comp plan, but usually those numbers are driven by like engineering reports, you know, what's flowing through the plants. And I asked that question because sometimes they can be too much or too little, and that's why I was asking that question. Development, the type of development, particularly on the wastewater side, will drive those flows. You know, if you have a lot of inflow, I&I, well, you know, as an engineer, but that's why I was asking those questions. So, thank you.
You look like you have a question, Mr. Menadier.
Well, I have one more question, but it's related to transportation, so I didn't know if we were finished with the water, but.
No, I actually had a question.
Oh, okay, Ms.
Thank
Burton.
you. I want to go back to what Mr. DeRosa said. My voice is a little compromised, but, so I was reading here, if I heard you correctly, you said that we increase the capacity to treat. Is that what the 85% is related to, our capacity to treat water?
That's correct, Madam Chair. That's what we're discussing, the treatment capability with water. Yes, ma'am.
And I guess it is a little bit confusing when you read this because it says reaches 85% of permitted design capacity. There's a paragraph in it. It doesn't mention the treatment. It almost sounds like it's a pull out,
yeah.
a flow, and so that I don't know if this is standard text for this type of document, but it may need to be clarified because to me, just reading it, I had the understanding, like, I'm not sure who it was that said, when this comes online, will that mean that would bring our that percentage down to 85%? It would mean we're not using as much. So a little bit confusing, maybe it's just terminology because I'm an accountant.
I know. Thank you. Anything else, Ms. Burton? All right, moving on.
My question was with transportation, if you look at the table, you know, the majority of the roads that are in the 90+% capacity range are DOT roads. Does the city coordinate with FDOT or do we rely solely on them for making things happen to add capacity?
That is a great question. So if an imminent deficiency were to come up on any DOT facility, we would have to coordinate with DOT, as these are the standards that we've set for ourselves,
Okay.
to figure out what the next course of action would be. There are several different potential courses of action noted in the report on pages 8 and 9. What that looks like would be more at the direction of the city commission, which way they want to go.
Speaking of transportation, and you're right, the map was very small and very hard to read, and even in the book, it's very hard to read. There were two segments that you mentioned that were, I don't know, at approaching capacity or failure or whatever. 6 and 9, I believe you said.
So
Where are those? I can't tell in this
So the
little
two
map.
roadway segments I originally referenced were segments 1 and 2, which are both portions of Interstate 75. Those are nowhere near capacity. Those are just at a different level of service standard. They have a higher level of service standard. The one road that is approaching capacity is roadway segment 6. which is the portion of US 441 that runs between Interstate 75 and County Road 235A. That is currently sitting as of May 1st at 93.02% of the permitted design capacity of the level of service standard D. An imminent deficiency is considered 95%. So it's not there yet, but it's approaching quickly.
And of course, that relates more to peak times as opposed to, or the average daily trips, because naturally between 7:30 and 9:30, it's definitely busier than it is at other times. So is that allocated to the peak times or to the overall average daily trips?
Yes, so Madam Chair, that is correct. We monitor for concurrency only PM peak hours. We provide average annual daily trips in the chart for informational purposes, but it's the PM peak hours that sets the level of service standard. And that's where that 95% number is coming from, is the PM peak hour.
Okay. Any other questions?
Madam Chair, bear with me, so I'm processing all the water stuff. So we anticipate this new well field, I guess, to be operational in November of this year, give or take. But did I understand that the consumptive use permit is the same, or have I got that confused?
So Madam Chair, we only monitor concurrency for permitted treatment design capacity. Concurrency is not set in any of our documents for consumptive use. That is all governed by Swanee River.
And the consumptive use permit has not changed, correct? Is
Yes,
what you
ma'am, that
said?
permit has remained the same.
So it remains the same, so it is the treatment capacity that
Is the responsibility
is
of the city.
changing.
That's correct.
And that's the responsibility of the city.
So the new well field, when that comes online, that will provide you with increased capacity, correct? In other words, you would have 2 well sites that you could pull from to treat water.
As far as our concurrency is concerned, Madam Chair, yes.
Okay. All right. And then I know on the wastewater side that, excuse me, that there's no projects in the hopper in the 25, 29 capital improvement plan. Is that correct?
Madam Chair, that's my understanding. I believe there are preliminary discussions. I would defer to the interim planning director.
Okay, thank you.
Anything else?
No, thank you, Madam Chair.
So this is, since we're not voting on this, then we just close this part of the meeting and move on, correct? Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Get back to my agenda. Okay, our next item, item 2C, which is, this is a large-scale comprehensive plan amendment. This is legislative, it is not quasi-judicial, so we do not have to do the swearing in. So we will ask Mr. Carson to please introduce this and do your report.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good evening again, board. Still here. Carson J. Crockett, planner with the City of Alachua, Planning and Community Development Department. My resume is on file in the office of the Deputy City Clerk. The item before you is a legislative item, application number PLSC 24-0002, titled Tomoka Hills Large Scale Comprehensive Plan Amendment. If I could have the lights, please. Thank you. This item is a request by CHW LLC, applicant and agent, on behalf of Tomoka Hills Farms Incorporated and Tower Hill Insurance Group LLC, the property owners, to amend the future land use from agriculture, moderate density residential, medium density residential, community commercial, and commercial to low density residential, moderate density residential, high density residential, and community commercial on a plus or minus 345.58 acre subject property generally located at 15601 Northwest 167th Boulevard. The subject property consists of primarily cleared lands with some naturally wooded areas. Additionally, the subject property has 2 approved site plans, one for the Tower Hill headquarters site plan and one for the Tomoka Hills Golf Facility site plan. The applicant has submitted a companion application for a site-specific amendment to the official zoning atlas, also known as a rezoning, which proposes to amend the zoning of the subject property to Plan Development Residential, or PDR, and Plan Development Commercial, PDCOM, but we'll get into that item following this item. Here we have an overview of the subject property, with north being the top of the map. For reference, running north-south on the east boundary of the subject property is Interstate 75, and on the west boundary, running north-south, is County Road 235A. Running east-west across the map frame is US 441. However, the subject property does not have any frontage on US 441. For reference, over here we have Santa Fe High School and Publix across of US 441 from the subject property. Off in the corner we have Lowe's, and where we currently sit in City Hall to the east. As referenced in the overview, the existing future land use designations of the site are agriculture, moderate density residential, medium density residential, community commercial, and commercial, which I will now give a brief overview of each. The purpose of the agriculture future land use category is to, quote, maintain agriculture operations within the city limits, as well as preserve the rural character and small town charm of Alachua, end quote. The category permits up to 0.2 dwelling units per acre and a floor area ratio of 0.5. The moderate density residential category permits up to 4 dwelling units per acre and has typical uses of single-family detached dwellings, accessory dwelling units, manufactured homes, duplexes and quadplexes, and supporting community services, though this is not an all-inclusive list. The medium density residential category permits up to 8 dwelling units per acre and has similar typical uses to that of the moderate category, but also includes apartments and live-work units. The community commercial category is a mixed-use category, the purpose of which is to, quote, provide neighborhood and community-scale goods and services to adjacent residential areas while allowing for the development of a diverse and affordable housing stock, end quote. The category permits up to 15 dwelling units per acre and up to 0.6 floor area ratio for mixed-use developments on parcels greater than 5 acres in size. Finally, commercial, the purpose of which is to, quote, provide for general commercial uses as well as more intense commercial and highway commercial uses. This is the land use category in which large-scale regional commercial uses may locate. The category permits up to 15 dwelling units per acre and up to 0.6 floor area ratio for mixed-use developments on parcels greater than 5 acres in size. In total, the entire subject property with the current future land use categories permits up to 1,135 dwelling units and approximately 7.2 million square feet, or the equivalent of 167 acres of non-residential floor area development. Here again, we have the subject property with the current future land use map. The green is the agricultural district. The bright yellow is the moderate density residential. The tan in the northwest corner is the medium density residential. This center bright red spot is community commercial, and the darker red on the northeastern side is commercial. The proposed amendment would designate some new categories and reproportion existing categories. Agriculture would be removed and replaced primarily with low-density residential, which permits up to 1 dwelling unit per acre. Moderate density residential would remain but be relocated and expanded. High-density residential would be removed, medium-density residential would be removed and replaced primarily with high-density residential in the northwest corner, which permits up to 15 dwelling units per acre. Finally, the community commercial category would make up the remainder of the property, replacing the commercial portion. In total, there would be a net increase of 779 dwelling units permitted, going from 1,135 to 1,914, and a net decrease of approximately 5.2 million square feet of non-residential floor space permitted on the subject property, going from 7.2 million to 2 million even approximately. Once again, here we have the subject property still in the black and white hatch border, north still at the top of the map. Here in the largest portion in the light washed out yellow is the low density portion, which is primarily replacing a large chunk of agriculture. Off to the west here along 235A is the moderate density portion in the brighter yellow, also replacing primarily agriculture, but moving from the northwest category down. The northwest category is now proposed to be high-density residential in the deep gold color, and then the bright red color making up the remainder of the map would be community commercial and would replace the remainder of the commercial category at the north area with community commercial. The purpose of a neighborhood meeting is to educate the owners of nearby land and any other interested members of the public about the project and to receive comments regarding the project. Neighborhood meetings are not required for large-scale comprehensive plan amendment applications. However, the applicant did hold neighborhood meetings for the companion rezoning application and covered the large-scale comprehensive plan amendment as well. A meeting was held on September 12th, 2024. Materials submitted by the applicant indicate that the meeting was attended by 6 members of the public. Concerns and comments ranged from traffic and roadway standards, the presence of wetlands, water quality, and property rights. A neighborhood meeting summary is available for your review in the application materials. Chapter 163.3177 of the Florida statutes requires the future land use element of a comprehensive plan to provide land for a balance of uses that allows for the operation of real estate markets to provide adequate choices for permanent and seasonal residents and businesses. The comprehensive plan must provide land to accommodate at least a 10-year planning period. The applicant has submitted materials contending that the city's population growth rate of approximately 16.72% between the 2010 and 2020 decennial census warrants an increase in housing accommodation as the city's population continues to grow. They contend that housing supply is currently quickly absorbed by demand in the geographic market, warranting an increase in housing supply. And they contend that the subject property is a prime location for not only businesses such as those located in Progress Park, but also for businesses and residents to be located in close proximity to each other. The applicant has provided a full needs analysis with their contentions and is available for review in the application materials. Chapter 163.3177 of the Florida statutes also requires any amendment to the future land use element to discourage the proliferation of urban sprawl. Subsection 6A9 identifies 13 primary urban sprawl indicators and 8 urban form criteria. An amendment to the future land use map is presumed to not be considered urban sprawl if it meets 4 of the 8 urban form criteria. An evaluation of the 13 primary urban sprawl indicators and 8 urban form criteria has been provided in the staff report. No primary indicator raised concerns, and the amendment appears to meet at least 4 of the 8 urban form criteria. However, I would note that staff and the applicant came to separate determinations of which 4 of the 8 urban form criteria appeared to be met. The application has been reviewed for consistency with the city's comprehensive plan. Specific goals, objectives, and policies that support the application can be found in the future land use, transportation, community facilities, and conservation open space elements. A brief note on the transportation element, especially since we just had the presentation going over the concurrency analysis. The application does have the potential to negatively impact the level of service of roadway segment 6. However, a large-scale comprehensive plan amendment is not a final development order and capacity will not be reserved. Should a future development application be submitted for the property, concurrency will be evaluated, including segment 6 at that time. And if the level of service is still exceeded, then the final development order must address those impacts generated from the future development. This amendment in and of itself will not negatively impact the level of service standard of any public facilities. All that said, staff has concluded that the proposed amendment is consistent with the City of Alachua comprehensive plan. A full analysis is available in the staff report. Here again is that map showing the city's roadway segments. Segment 6, the one in question, is the segment here, excuse my hand, running between the interchange at I-75 on 441 and the intersection at 235A, running there. An environmental conditions analysis was conducted and the findings included in the staff report. There are some concerns for a few of the environmental features listed here on the screen, which I'll go through a couple of those here. Minor wetlands are present on the site, however, they exist primarily in the proposed low-density residential area, which is more conducive to protecting wetlands, especially when coupled with the required wetland buffers that all development will be required to follow because of the comprehensive plan. Additionally, gopher tortoises have been observed on the site, and future development will be required to provide a gopher tortoise survey prior to approval. There are some soils on the site that pose severe limitations due to drainage and slope. However, these are mainly congregated in the low-density residential area and around the wetlands where development wouldn't be permitted anyway, again. And lastly, the subject property is located in a karst-sensitive area with 6 potential karst features. Geotechnical analysis will be required as part of future applications. Staff recommends that the Planning and Zoning Board find the large-scale comprehensive plan amendment for Tomoka Hills Farms Incorporated and Tower Hill Insurance Group LLC to be consistent with the City of Alachua comprehensive plan and transmit the application to the City Commission with a recommendation to approve. At this time, I'm available to answer any questions the board may have of me, and the applicant agent is also present and has their own presentation.
Any questions of staff at this time? Ms. Judd?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So just real quickly, overall increase of 779 dwelling units. Did I read that correctly, or hear that correctly, rather?
Let me double check before I give you that answer. Yes, that would be the net increase in entitlements of the land use category.
Okay. Madam Chair, follow-up question. In the comp plan right now, what do we use in terms of population projections? You know, usually it can be things like 2 point something whether per dwelling unit or 3. So is there a number that we use in our comp plan? Because I don't know that.
There is not a specific number that is adopted in the comp plan for population projection. There are existing population projections in the comprehensive plan out to the year 2035.
Okay, because I'm just trying to do some math in my head, and, you know, I'm thinking of other cities. If you use that number, that's quite a jump in population, and our current, are we under high, medium, or low with Beaver as far as UF? Guessing high? Population projections, which ones do we use when we look at things?
We are required by state statute to use at minimum the medium.
Okay,
The
All right.
comprehensive plan does have several different population projections that
Okay.
are then aggregated.
all right, thank you. Those are my questions.
Anyone else? Before you leave the podium, you mentioned in the report the urban form criteria, and there are 13 items that are listed as criteria to establish whether it's urban sprawl or whatever, and that there are 8 of them have to be met. And there were a couple of them that seemed as though they were not addressed in the applicant's report. There were a couple that I think we all agree that they were not, they're not met. Items 4, 5, 1, and 3, I think, are not met, but so we have to meet at least 4 of them.
Madam Chair, if I could return to Member Judd's original question, we typically use 2.37 persons per dwelling unit, but that is not a set in stone number.
Got it, thank you.
But there were a couple of these criteria that staff had a different result, I guess, or opinion, as opposed to the applicant. One was number 1, where it was talking about the economic growth, to its development close to geographic areas, and that the applicant says that it is sort of like infill, where the staff says that it's really on the peripheral edge. There were also some questions about defining what is considered compact versus 300 and something acres. So could you please expand a little bit on that discrepancy so that as we're forming a motion and a vote here, we know what we're...
Of course, Madam Chair, and this is probably something you'll also want the applicant to address when they're up here. But
Could we just, I think you may have said there were 13, and I think if you look, there's, under the urban form criteria, there are
There-
8,
there
and
are
you
8,
have to
yeah.
meet 4. I just want to make
I
sure
was
we're
on the wrong
working.
page.
Thank
Yes, I
you.
had not flipped over. Yes, that's correct. There are 8, of which you have to agree or on at least 4.
Yeah, so there were no concerns with the 13 primary indicators as previously referenced. The urban form criteria, of which there are 8, and this is on page 14 of the staff report is when it starts. The applicant provided evaluations of criteria 1, 2, 3, and 7, and only those 4, contending to meet all of those 4 that they provided. Staff contends that they do not meet 1 or 3, but do potentially meet 6 and 8. So that's where that came from. As far as staff is concerned, there's the potential that they do meet those 4.
But it just wasn't addressed in the application.
Correct. The applicant did not provide backup for criteria 6 or 8.
Okay. So we will save that for the applicant to answer.
Right.
Anything else of the staff while we have him at the podium? Okay, if the applicant would like to come forward.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members of the board, Ryan Thompson with CHW, formerly
Old habits are hard to
CHW.
break.
Yeah, it's going to take some time to get out of my system. With certified planner with MB5, and we're agent for the applicant. 2 years ago, this month, this board approved the Tower Hill headquarters that's currently under construction, along with the portion of the entrance road. It's about 2,000 linear feet. Last month, this board approved the site plan for the golf course. Tonight, I'm before you with a request for large-scale comprehensive plan amendment and rezoning plan development applications that kind of tie everything together and establish a framework for the entire 345 acres. I have a shared, single presentation for both applications, so if you will allow me to present on both of these items, I appreciate it.
No, wait a minute. We really can't do that. The next one is quasi judicial. So,
But some of the, how do you have it
Madam
separated
Chair,
in any way, or?
I apologize, Madam City Attorney. I do not have them separated. I can give the presentation twice. I would respectfully ask that
well then,
the board consider this presentation to be included in the record for the rezoning application as well.
I think that at a minimum, we would have to have you sworn in here to present this here, to be able to incorporate it into the next presentation, because it does have to be presented under oath. But
Yes, ma'am.
from now on, we really need to separate these out. But that is the only way. And if you're addressing some things here, they're going to get addressed again. I mean, because they are not being, yeah, I don't know. We may have to bring up this again. We're just going to have to go with the flow. We'll try to work with you and have you sworn in here, but I cannot guarantee.
Madam Chair, I was just going to concur with the city attorney that to me, as a board member, this is a slippery slope, okay? The
Yes.
second one is a QJ. So I don't know if you can, I don't know how to, can you maybe go to what's the last item on the agenda, the site plan for Chick-fil-A or something?
Yeah?
And I don't know if we'd have to have a motion to kind of reorder things and maybe give the
Well-
gentleman a chance to do slide sorter and redo it, but for me, that's a slippery slope, you know what I'm saying, to do the presentation twice. I don't know that that's something that we would want to occur, you know what I'm saying? I'll defer to the city attorney, but
Yeah,
I agree
mean,
with her
how long
inclinations.
is your presentation?
Madam Chair, it's a matter of minutes, and
Then I
can
think we're just going to
abbreviate.
have to go on the conservative way and just do it twice, because these, you know, when you have a quasi judicial, it's different when you're doing one here. We just need to do it twice then. I'm sorry.
Just in the initial one, try to address just the large-scale
Yes, Madam
plan
Chair.
amendment
I will.
points.
Yes, ma'am.
And even though you're going to repeat the slides, but
Yes.
we do want to keep them in the proper format. Will that work? Good.
It
Tread
works
lightly, but
here.
okay.
Yes, Madam Chair. I'm City Attorney. The large-scale request, as staff stated, is from moderate and medium-density residential and commercial, community commercial, and agriculture to low, moderate, and high-density residential and community commercial. We conducted the neighborhood meeting, which wasn't technically required by the city for the large-scale comprehensive plan amendment, so I'll save those comments. This is the process that the city requires the applicant to go through, and we've met each of those steps. We attended the pre-application meeting in July and submitted our application in August, and between September and February, we worked with staff on the details of the applications, and we are before you this evening. This application will then go to the City Commission and be transmitted to the Florida Department of Commerce, where they'll review based on state resources, and then it will go back to the City Commission for final adoption. This is a context map of the property. We're in the southwest quadrant of the US 441 and I-75 interchange. This is a close-up of the site. You can see 441 highlighted along the north, County Road 235A along the west boundary, and I-75 along the east boundary. The existing future land use map illustrates the delineations of the moderate, medium-density residential, the commercial, community commercial, and agriculture future land use designations. We are requesting a low-density residential on the majority of the site with moderate density in the southwest corner, the center of the site, community commercial, and high-density residential in the northwest corner. With that, Madam Chair, I would like to conclude my presentation. I look forward to being able to provide the rest of the information on the next item. Staff has recommended approval for this item, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Do you have, as I mentioned to Carson, just the 8 criteria related to the application, trying to address at least 4 of the 8? And there seems to be a little discrepancy in your application language and what staff feels would be appropriate for items 6 and 8 regarding those. So can you answer those for us as to what the reasoning was for that?
Hopefully. So on item 6, that's preserves open space and natural lands. The site has historically been used for agriculture, so in our view, it wasn't open space that was open to the public. That's how we interpret that statute, and so we don't feel that we are taking away public open space. With the proposed development, it will be private, but we didn't feel that we were taking public open space.
So that's why you didn't respond to that criteria?
Correct, yes. For 8, we do feel that the development, in a sense, and this gets more into the plan development portion of this, provides kind of a town center type development, which would be able to support transit-oriented, be similar to a transit-oriented development. However, that requires transit to be operational, and I believe that that is why we didn't address that comment.
Board members, any questions of the applicant?
Madam Chair, I have one question for the applicant with regards to the way the project was designed. So like the previous area was agriculture, and you'll have to forgive me, I'm looking at the map on the staff, report, which is on page 8. So you didn't feel that you could make the project work or whatever with having that whole area that was previously ag, low density residential, you have low, and then you have moderate, I guess, fronting, is that 173rd Street there? 235A or whatever?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, all right. Okay, that's it, thank you.
One question, and this may be more related to the zoning than the land use, so I'll ask it, and I know Madam Attorney will correct me if I'm jumping the gun. But the site where the Tower Hill office is being constructed now, that was previously commercial, and now it would fall under the whole strip through there would be considered community commercial, correct?
Correct.
So how does an office headquarters fit into the community commercial criteria?
It's allowed through the land development regulations permitted uses table as a use within the community commercial future land use designation.
So it's allowed, it seems like in the spirit of things, it's not community commercial activity because it's specifically for their headquarters, but I get it, okay.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Carson, back on the question, not trying to beat a dead horse, but in your opinion, have they met the criteria for the items on page 14 of the report?
Madam Chair, in my professional opinion, it appears that they have met item 6 and item 8 in the urban form criteria, but staff did not have any backup to review. This was through reviewing the entire application materials to come to those conclusions. They were not directly addressed by the applicant.
So I guess what I'm asking is, does that make this application deficient or approvable as is, or what is your?
I would consider the application approvable as is, and I refer to my recommendation to approve.
Okay. All right, well, we have heard the presentation, we have heard the applicant's presentation. What is the pleasure of the board?
Madam Chair, may I just have one follow-up question that
Sure.
was prompted by yours? This is for Mr. Crockett, please. So somewhere between the comp plan and the rezoning, I know I read that, I guess at some point on the front end, this was a 2024 application, is that correct?
Yes, this was submitted in the year of 2024.
Okay. And that it was deemed insufficient at the time, and that there was a resubmittal, and that resubmittal was February of 25, something along that line? Trying to go for my notes here.
Let me,
I have 2/5/25, does that sound about right?
so the original application was submitted and received by the city of Alachua on September. No, that's not the original letter. The application was originally received on August 29th, 2024, and was deemed to be incomplete. The application was then resubmitted on September 11th, 2024, in a letter dated September 16th, 2024, deemed the application to be complete. Original comments were addressed on the September 11th submittal in a letter dated October 1st, 2024. Additional comments were submitted, a resubmittal was received on November 21st of 2024, and additional comments were issued on December 16th of 2024. The notice of hearing was originally issued on March 4th of 2025 for a resubmittal in February 20th, 2025, before later being deferred to today.
Okay, so basically, we started the process on 8/29, and the resubmittal for deficiencies or whatever the causes were over that time frame was, I guess in my layman's term, going to say acceptable on 2/5/25. Do I roughly have the time period correct then?
No, we deemed the application acceptable in a letter dated March 4th, 2025 for hearing.
Okay, all right, thank you very much, that's good.
Okay. Do we have a motion?
Madam Chair, I move that this board finds the application for a large-scale comprehensive plan amendment for Tomoka Hills Farms, Inc. and Tower Hill Insurance Group, LLC, to be inconsistent with the City of Alachua comprehensive plan and transmit such finding to the City Commission with a recommendation to approve.
Okay, we have a motion. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second on this item. We'll now open it up to public comment. So anyone who would like to come forward, we would like to come forward to the mic, state your name, and we would like to limit to 3 minutes, and the floor is now open.
Thank you, Madam Chair, board members, staff. My name's Tamara Robbins. I am so confused. Last meeting, you approved a golf course on 95 acres of this parcel that was ag. And the only reason you could approve it was that it was allowed by right, as Vice Chair Johns clarified. It was allowed by right because it was ag land. Now, where did the golf course go? You're now rezoning this, you're rezoning, you're asking for a large-scale comp plan amendment for the same land that you just approved a site plan for a golf course. So I'm going to remind you all that this is a legislative hearing. A legislative decision is one of which a law is made. For example, amending a federal or state statute or a local ordinance or code. The governing body of a county or municipality has broad decision-making powers. A local government can approve or deny a proposed legislative action or a comprehensive plan amendment for any legitimate basis. Comprehensive plan amendments are always legislative, but must meet minimum state statutory requirements. Okay, it did this. I'm reminding you, this is a discretionary decision to amend our comp plan. I'm encouraging you to vote no. This is the cart before the horse, or the horse is gone. I don't know. But I do not know where the golf course went. I want to know that. I want to know if that site plan is still valid. Do you have to rescind that vote? You have to vote to revisit that? What the heck is going on? And I think you all are feeling it, and you're seeing it. And this is an incomplete application which should not be on this agenda. The code says it. Incomplete applications should not be brought forward for a hearing. And moving forward on changes like this, section 2.2.17, simultaneously processing of applications. In my reading of this application for a comp plan amendment should not be in the same simultaneous for a rezoning and the LDR that you guys, the 0525. that has already come forward, been deferred by the commission. You guys already recommended that. So this is very confusing, to say the least. I encourage you to vote no on this and find out, where did the golf course go? Thank you.
Thank you.
No, I would like our planner to address that, because that is something that we were concerned about and wanted to get clarification on. Thank you.
Yes, Madam Chair. So the site plan for the golf course that was approved at the last hearing, subject to conditions, of course, is still a valid site plan and would retain its validity. I do want to clarify that this is not a rezoning. Any action taken after an approval could render a legal nonconformity, but wouldn't automatically rescind an approval. It would be future compliance that's required. I do admit that this is an atypical order of operations, but it is permitted under the code.
So what was approved and allowed by right in the agricultural zoning would also be approvable under this low-density land use? I know we're not into the zoning yet. It's
It
hard
would
to,
still be a permitted
hard to
land
divide
use,
this
Madam
between
Chair.
the two, but now we're into a low-density land use. So is the golf course still permissible under that land use as well?
Madam Chair, the golf course would still be a permitted use in the low-density residential, as well as subject to the future item, it would remain agricultural zoning currently for this discussion. It would still be permitted.
Okay. Thank you.
Madam Chair, may I inquire? So if there were changes in the, let's say the golf course wanted to do changes that were not allowable in the PD, assuming that went forward, how would that work? And vice versa, if there were changes in the PD, would those then apply to the golf course?
Madam City Attorney, that would be discussing the next item on the agenda.
Okay, then we'll leave it for that. You're right.
Okay. Next.
Good evening. Nice to see some of you, actually. It's been a while. Marilee Malwitz-Gibson. I came here tonight. I could have been to many meetings tonight in our area. I came over from Fort White. I used to work on Main Street for many, many years, so I'm very familiar with Alachua. My kids went to school here.
It's okay.
I'm extremely concerned, not only about this development, but other developments that are in your community that do affect the Santa Fe River. I was an original member of our Santa Fe River. I'm no longer on the board, but I do live on the Santa Fe River, and I'm very concerned about the springs that are in my community. I read 1,100 and some odd homes associated with it, 1,135 homes, multiplied by 3, multiplied by 200 and, well, I got two different numbers tonight. I got 275 and then I got 250 per, gallons of water use every day for each individual that's going to be moving into this new community. How do you have 1 million gallons? How do you have 1 million gallons? We just gave away 1 million gallons to a bottling plant. How do you have 1 million gallons coming out of that spring shed that you all know that this particular area affects our Santa Fe River? You don't have enough. I don't know how you can continue to do these types of developments in these regions, here, there, High Springs. We will not have any springs left. It's really basic. You don't have enough water. Thank you.
Hello, good evening. My name's Menzie Campbell. I'm considered one of the affected parties of this development, and I just do want to go on the record and apologize because I'm not as well-spoken as the previous two people.
Don't worry about it.
But I did want to just say that I understand we need growth, and I respect that. I'm not opposed to growth. What I hope that you would all consider that we do this responsibly and sustainably, because as Marilee just pointed out, all of the, I think I can say that, not all, but most of the citizens in our county are very concerned with our water supply. Particularly in the recent days, the Journal of American Medical Association has come out that there's and I'd have to look at this, I'm sorry, like 126% higher risk of developing Parkinson's disease for those who live within 1 mile of a golf course. So I would like that the city planners and the town try to address how, I'm not opposed to the golf course. The gentleman that owns the land, I think he should be able to do whatever he wants to do, but I'm opposed to the pesticides and the treatment, how that is going to be affecting the people within the 1 mile, and it actually goes up to 6 miles within that area. Of course, I'm less than a quarter mile. I don't even know. I mean, I literally back up to this. So I'm not opposed to the development, but I'm opposed to the way it's coming down. Part of his presentation had a couple of errors, like about a neighborhood meeting in September of 2025. I understand that's a typographical error because I've attended every meeting. However, I think that points out that when you have a presentation done by an extremely professional company that contains errors, that we need to be looking at this a little bit with a finer tooth comb, because as someone said, cart before the horse. I know we're addressing the rezoning on D, which will be the sworn-in part, if I understood correctly. But what they're discussing already is like they're wanting you to vote on that, and then that's the next part. So if you vote on this, then aren't you going to also have to vote or approve the next part? And when I went to those meetings, it was discussed on that northwest corner of 235 in my street, 162nd, which is right by Iliano's Coffee. Oh, excuse me, I'll speed up. That was going to be, it was presented like it was more medium density. Now they want to put in apartments instead of possible townhomes. And that's at least 700 more cars besides the other development. So it's like, I want to know is where do the people that are affected ever have their input? Because the information we're given at the beginning makes it all seem very nice, and everyone's like, oh, that would be beautiful. And I know whatever they do will be very well done. However, they keep changing it. So now we don't have any more input. And now they're asking you to vote on something, and the information they're showing in some of those slides is incorrect. And I could point out one of the zoning where it says moderate zoning. That's my property. That's one of my neighbor's property who's here. We're single family use. So their presentation has errors.
And we'll be addressing the second one too, so you'll have an
Thank you.
opportunity
I'm
to come back and finish.
I'm sorry I went too late.
No problem, thank you.
Good evening. My name is Nancy Black. Thank you for allowing us the time. I am the neighbor that was pointed to, one of the affected parties. Two requests, really. A map that does show where the golf course is. All the other colors, I didn't see the golf course. I'm not as well informed as anyone else here. I'm a new resident on Northwest 162nd Lane. Not a resident, really. I'm a property owner. So I am interested in thoughts that the planners have about that corner that Ms. Campbell just referenced. I don't need an answer right now, but perhaps at the next meeting, but a map that shows the golf course would be helpful. I share the confusion that some of the others have referenced. All right?
Thank you.
90 seconds, I think. Kept it to.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Busy Shires, and I am an affected party. My family farm shares the entire southern border of this 345-acre parcel. So I'm here speaking as an affected party, and I also would like to request that your concurrency report be submitted as part of the record in this section of the legislative hearing, as as part of the evidence, because it states the information about the traffic. I'm not sure how that is done properly, but if you could make sure that that information is submitted as part of this section of the meeting, that would be very helpful. Thank you. So there are three things that you as a governing body must make your decision on, and that's, is this item consistent with your comprehensive plan? Is it compatible with the surrounding land use? And is it in the public interest? And I would say that the applicant, based on the information that was submitted and the staff's hesitancy, where he said it appears that the information was submitted, has not provided the evidence to support the change, or that these changes are consistent with your comprehensive plan. I would also remind you, I know you're all very aware of Objective 1.1, which states you want to maintain your agricultural operations within the city. So changing 345 acres, actually it's only the ag portion, I think is what, 250 of that? So changing the agricultural zoning on approximately 250 acres of that is inconsistent with your comprehensive plan. And then changing the land use from agricultural to medium density on that smaller portion, and then low density on the portion which is now a golf course, I would say is incompatible with the surrounding uses. And also, it's not in the public interest. The traffic report that was just presented by your very own planner shows that the section of 441 between 235A and I-75 is at 93%. So increasing the density, the future land use, to allow a potential zoning change, you already have 1,100 homes that are permitted with the current land use and zoning. There's no need to change anything. He already has the golf course, he already has medium density residential, he already has the community commercial, whatever that means. If you'll just permit me one more minute, thank you so much. So increasing the density by 800 homes will significantly trip your traffic concurrency way past the 93%. I think he said it was at 95%, which means you are at a deficiency. So changing the land use to increase the density is not in the public interest because of the traffic report that was just submitted by your staff. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Good evening, Soria Lindberg. I read all the pages of the application and did some of my own math, so it is my math, not right now based on the valid concurrency reservations of neighborhoods that you've approved. There are 1,188 residences that are guaranteed to be built. This ranges from Kirkland Farms, Fletcher 123, Briarwood 234. So that's 1,100 homes that will be built. We don't know who's going to buy it. Member Judd, you asked about the residence count in This application, it was a net increase of 779, but the number that I saw total was 1,904. So if you have 1,100 homes that were fine to approve and build, as it should, adding 1,900 more is more than doubling that. That is a lot. I'm a new resident, as many of you know. I still have low alerts from when I moved 6 months ago, a year ago, and all the new construction homes every week, I get an email, price reduction, price reduction, price reduction. It goes away, it comes back on the market. Reduce, reduce, reduce. I just wonder, big picture, do we know, is there a waiting line of people wanting to move to Alachua? I really hope so. There's going to be homes for them, but doing their needs analysis does not include the 1,100 homes that we approved to build. It's what's around right now. Another quick note, when it comes to the criteria of open space, it is open. When you drive on 75, we see it, it's visual. I drive down 235A multiple times a day to go to preschool and gymnastics. It's open space. So to me, I can understand that's where it is open. And quickly, the term for agricultural land is maintaining rural character and small town charm. Their agricultural rezone is going from a lot to nothing. Where's the charm? Where is that rural characteristic? So again, confused if they're going to put a golf course or they're going to turn it into land. I did some math again. If they use the maximum numbers based on the proposed acre change and what we allow, yeah, I came up 1,700, but I was wrong because they said 1,900. And again, with the water, the golf course is 250,000 gallons a day. That's just for the grass. How much more for 1,900 homes? 1,900 homes times 250 gallons? I live across the street. I want my kid to be able to have clean water. I want us to have water in general. Someone mentioned on Facebook, well, I just want my price increase to go up so I can sell all my land and move away. I want to live here 60 more years if my health allows. I want to live here 50 more years. So it's a little concerning. I don't know if we need all these houses right now, but you guys are the pros here. So 1,100, 1,900, that comes out to a lot.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Brian Bisher. Sorry I've missed you guys. I've been off for 5 weeks in Indonesia, so I'm back to the jungle of north central Florida. So it's good stuff. I've passed out to you what I downloaded off of your website as your future land use peak hour map, which actually shows that segment as an F. So I'm wondering, how did it become a D in between last night when I printed it off and today? That seems to be kind of where we're going. I'm confused. I know some other people expressed some confusion. It seems like we've got a shell game going, right? Hey, it was a golf course last month. Site plans approved, but now we're going to overlay it with a change in zoning for residential. So and then, wait, hang on a second. There were some LDR changes that happened along the way that you all voted for that are going to directly impact this particular proposal. So why are we looking this all together? Why are we avoiding transparency, I guess? Why do we want to make it muddled? And I think, there was an election while I was away, and it seemed to me like the election was a mandate, right, for, hey, let's really think about sensible growth. As Shoria, I believe, mentioned, the net increase, 760?
We don't mean to be rude and interrupt you, but we have a board member who's not feeling well.
I need to go.
Okay,
I'm sorry. I'm not feeling well.
understood. Thank you.
Sorry for the interruption.
No, sorry. It's my
Okay, proceed. Sorry.
lost my train of thought. Sorry. Get well. Sorry about that. So transparency, right? There was an election, right? And the election really was a mandate for increasing transparency. I think there was overwhelming show from the community related to that. And I think you all, as in your role here on the Planning and Zoning Board, need to consider that. This area already has approvals for the zoning that are in place. And the numbers, I think it's easy to say, oh, it's a net increase of 760. Yeah, but the overall impact is 1,900. You're already an F on that section of road, 1,900 homes or houses, right? Traffic studies will show you it's a factor of 10. That's 19,000 car trips a day. I don't think that this area can handle that. And the other thing is regarding their growth analysis, right? I think one of the criteria was that the city provide for ample growth. And based on their growth analysis, that comes out to 1.7% a year growth over a 10-year period, nets out to about an 18% growth. I believe if you add up all the things that Soraya mentioned in terms of what's already planned, right, and add in the possible zoning that's already there and projects that could come forward, you're well over that 18%. So you've met that criteria without increasing the size of this particular development. Hey, it's a golf course. You guys approved it last month. Let's live with that. Thank you.
Anyone else? Okay, we'll bring it back to the board. I guess one of the questions that has been on everyone's mind, ours as well as people in the audience, and the applicant maybe can answer that, is why did you include the golf course, changing that from agriculture to the low density in this application? It just seems to complicate things and makes it a little bit less understandable.
Yes, Madam Chair. I apologize that that's been the course of the events. We included the golf course because it was under common ownership, and we felt that that was the appropriate thing to do, to include it all as one development. There are other components of the golf course that will intermingle with other components of this development, and we felt that they naturally fit together. So there'll be the office component as well that's within the PD. The golf course is fully intended as it was approved at the last Planning and Zoning Board meeting. There is no change there. Because of the structure of the code, we were limited in our options for land use designations for the golf course portion. I understand that it may appear misleading because we are changing it to low-density residential, but that is the future land use category that supports the PDR that allows the private golf course to occur. So that's the mechanism that we were essentially required to take in order to include the golf course within the plan development.
So the footprint of the golf course that was approved last month, and of course, we understand the criteria, that the conditions that were related to that stand.
Yes, ma'am.
Really, no matter what the land use is that correct?
Yes, but we just need to be careful that we're really getting more into the next application here when you're talking about the specific things.
Well, rather than be specific, I mean, I guess it's a little concerning that, why couldn't that portion just be carved out and remain agriculture and not changed as part of the well, I don't want to say PD, that's part of the next item, but, you know, the large-scale change. I think that's just what doesn't quite fit right, you know. So that's just my opinion and my concern, but it seems as though there are other people that are having a similar confusion, I guess.
Yes, ma'am, and that's completely understandable. I apologize for that. We looked at both options, felt that it was most appropriate because of the common ownership and the relationship between the office and the other uses in the golf course, that it should be included in the plan development. We master planned the entire site up front that include the office portion, the main road going in, and the golf course. Because of timing and having to establish the golf course, the grass and other things, the timing of that was necessary to occur prior to this. So I understand how it appears on the surface. Our intent is to move forward with the golf course the way that it was approved. Typically, how this would occur is that the land use and the zoning would be approved first, then we would move forward with site plans to implement that plan development. But because of timing of wanting to open the office early and wanting to get the golf course established, it's a bit out of order, but nonetheless, the master plan has not changed, the intent has not changed, and what the city, what this board, in fact, has approved has not changed.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Board members, any more questions?
Madam Chair, I do have one for the applicant, if I may. So this may spill a little bit over in the zoning, and if it is, I'll stop. But in my experience, PDs give the most flexibility to the applicant, which is okay, all right?
Yes, ma'am.
So it just occurs to me why, you know, we did the hop skip that we did, but I'll leave that as it is. Do you know if your applicant is planning to use reclaimed water or something on the golf course, or, you know, in terms of the water draw? Because the golf course, as I understand it, would be allowed by right under this land use. Is that not right? I haven't dipped into the zoning question, correct? Okay.
Correct. And Madam Chair, I understand that Board Member Judd was not here for the site plan and application for the golf course. Those questions were addressed at that time. I apologize. I'm a planner. I do the land use and zoning. We had an engineer representing that project that was much more familiar than I. My understanding is that reclaimed water specifically, as far as a city system, is not available for the site. However, there is a natural mechanism that is being implemented on the site to reclaim natural runoff from the golf course portion in a lined pond that will be used for irrigation. And I hope that clarifies.
It does, thank you, that's fine. And I know the city doesn't have a reclaimed water system. I was just wondering, I don't know if it'd be on your end, on the city's end, in terms of a consumptive use permit requiring something else, but that's fine, thank you very much.
Madam Chair, I would like to clarify that the city does have a reclaim system. It's just not available in that specific area. It is a significant distance from the subject property. Regarding a consumptive use permit, the applicant of the previous item that we're referring to of the golf course did testify that they would be using an irrigation well to supplement any irrigation necessary from that lined pond.
Anything else from the board? We haven't officially concluded the public comment section, so if there's anyone else who hasn't spoken so far that would like to come forward, please do so at this time. Okay, that concludes the public comment portion. We have a motion and a second on the floor. So what's the pleasure of the board to proceed, or any further questions?
I've got one question, and I have the same problem you do. And this is for staff. I've got a question. Okay, on the golf course that's been approved under ag. Explain to me again that the change in the comp plan amendment still allows for the golf course, and that's what's going to occur on that property.
So the proposal of a low-density residential land use category under that golf course would still permit the golf course as has been approved to occur there. There would be no change in terms of what is approved there. Whether the applicant carries that out or not is at their discretion.
Which would be even for the previous approval, whether they built it or not, but
That would be under the previous approval, yes.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
So, Madam Chair, just quick follow-up question, Mr. Carson. So through the ag and moving to the low-density residential, without getting into the rezoning, this would not be a non-conforming use, correct?
That is a correct statement,
All
Madam
right.
Chair.
Thank you.
Any more questions?
So I think what I hear them saying is they moved forward with the golf course site plan because it fit in the ag without having to go through this process, so they can get ahead of the game as far as construction. Now this is catching up to it, and it was the intent all along for it to have the zoning that's being presented today, or land use that's being presented right now.
Okay. Any more questions? Are we ready to move to a vote? Does that conclude your presentation, Carson?
I do want to address a couple things real quick. Reserved capacity, again, this would not result in reserved capacity of the public facility system. It would result in actually, this item doesn't even result in a preliminary development order. That would be the rezoning item following, which is why a public facilities impact is not included as part of a comprehensive plan amendment. The needs analysis, several concerns were brought up regarding that. I would defer to the application materials submitted for the needs analysis. And I just want to clarify, LDR changes do not affect the comprehensive plan. The comprehensive plan is what we're currently discussing about. If that wants to be brought up in the next item regarding zoning, that would be the proper time to do so. But as far as the comprehensive plan is concerned, that was already amended by ordinance 24 I want to say it was 12, but so as far as we're concerned, we're operating under the current comprehensive plan on this. There's no proposed amendments to the comprehensive plan as of this time.
Okay, so we will now move to a roll call vote. Ms. Judd?
No.
Mr. Manadier?
Aye.
Ms. Johns?
Aye.
And the chair votes no, so we have a tie. What do we do now?
Madam Chair, I would note that in a case of a tie, the vote and the motion would fail. I would ask what is the pleasure of the board at this point in time. The item does still need transmitted to the City Commission.
In light of the fact that this vote has failed, then what the commission, what the board would be compelled to do, because this does have to be transmitted to the city commission, it would be transmitted to the commission with the recommendation of this board not to approve because it failed the vote. So, go ahead.
And this is just a recommendation to the commission, so
This is a recommendation to the commission. The commission will hear the presentations again. the commission will make the deciding one, but right now, this board's, their recommendation will have to be to deny it because the board's vote was to deny it. Go ahead.
Madam Chair, there is an alternative of approval with recommended changes.
I'm sorry, reread that?
You could potentially move to recommend approval with amendments as presented.
I don't know that there were specific amendments presented. So, based on the record in front of us, and I don't want to be testifying as to what's there, but I think that as it was presented here, and since it is presented, what we would say ab initio all over again in front of the city commission, nothing is going to keep them from doing things one way or the other.
So essentially, we need another motion?
So it's considered denied then?
It is considered denied, but the recommendation was to transmit with recommendation for approval. So I think it would be probably accurate if we wanted to do a new motion based upon the vote of this board to transmit it with recommendation for denial.
So does the vote itself not stand as?
The vote stands. I think we can say based on the record, it's been denied. It has to be transmitted to the city commission. So it can be transmitted to the city commission with the vote for denial. That really takes care of it without doing another vote, because that is what the vote was.
Please limit comments to, that's the vote. It's been denied. That will be transmitted to the city commission.
Madam Chair, so noted. Thank you.
Thank you. So where does that put the next item, since it is a companion?
Okay, the companion item has been advertised for today. It will be presented. Because again, it is going to get transmitted to the city commission. However, I will leave it. I believe that the recommendation, and I will ask our planner, is going to have to be denial. I think he's going to say, may I inquire? Okay. Will the recommendation of staff, ultimate recommendation, change based upon the vote of this board to deny the prior application?
Madam Chair, before I respond, do I need to be sworn in as this is under item D?
Yeah, I think that would be a better plan, and I'd get anybody who's going to, yes.
Okay, so from what I understand, we will move forward to the next item. It is quasi judicial, so that means that everyone who plans to speak on this, please stand and be sworn in.
Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay, do we need to do the voir dire, or?
I think that would be appropriate now, just so we make sure, as any comments are coming from the board, that we do that. So, Member Judd, have you received any information regarding this item other than what you may have heard at the prior item or received from the city regarding this?
No, I have not.
And Mr. Menadier, have you received any other information other than what you have received from the city regarding this item?
No, ma'am.
Member Johns, have you received any information from anyone, or I mean Vice Chair, other than the information you received from the city?
No, ma'am.
And Chairperson Burgess, have you received information from anyone else other than the city and what you've heard today on this item?
No, I have not.
Okay, and now, Madam Chair, I think it is appropriate to go ahead with the clarification so the people here know where we're going here.
So this is quasi judicial. All of you who plan to speak have been sworn in. So when we get to the public comment section, we'll ask you to please come forward, state your name, and we'll also, do we need to talk about the affected parties first?
No,
Or let
we
him do the-
need to just follow here. The applicant is going to do the presentation first, and then we'll go to the next part.
Well, staff will introduce the.
The staff.
Staff will introduce the item.
All right. Good evening, Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair, board members, Mr. Interim Planning Director, and Madam City Attorney. Carson J. Crockett again, planner with the City of Alachua Planning and Community Development Department. My resume is on file in the office of the Deputy City Clerk, and I've been sworn in. Item D under new business is a quasi-judicial item, application number PR 24-0003. This item is a request submitted by CHW LLC, the applicant and agent on behalf of Tomoka Hills Farms Incorporated and Tower Hill Insurance Group LLC, to amend the zone district from agricultural A, residential single family 4, RSF 4, residential multiple family 8, RMF 8, community commercial, CC, and commercial intensive, CI, to planned development residential, PDR, and planned development commercial, PDCOM, on an approximately 345.58 acre subject property generally located at 15601 Northwest 167th Boulevard. Before we continue, I would like to note that staff's recommendation has changed subject to the previous hearing from what was published. Staff's recommendation is now to transmit the application to the City Commission with a recommendation to deny, subject to the Planning and Zoning Board's action on the previous agenda item. As provided for in Section 2.3 of the city's land development regulations, the applicant will have the opportunity to present first, followed by affected parties, and lastly, the presentation by staff.
Thank you.
Good evening, Madam Chair, board members. It's really difficult talking about the land use without talking about the zoning, especially when you get into a PD that further limits and is very specific to what can happen on the property. I'll do my best, but I understand the hesitation of approving or recommending approval for the land use without seeing the zoning side of it. So hopefully this clarifies a lot, and I'll move forward from there. Again, this is a request for a plan development rezoning from residential single-family RSF4, residential multifamily RMF8, community commercial, community intensive, and agriculture to plan development commercial and plan development residential. We held the required neighborhood meeting. This on the left is the mailing that went out to adjacent property owners, and on the right is the newspaper publication. We held the pre-application meeting that's required in July. In August, we had the neighborhood meeting, and I apologize for the typo there. It is 2024. We submitted the applications later that month. Had a second neighborhood meeting, then worked with staff through September through February, and we're before you this evening. This is a context map of the site, a closer view of the site and its adjacent boundaries. US 441 to the north, County Road 235A to the west, and I-75 to the east. The existing future land use map has moderate density residential, medium density residential, community commercial, commercial, and agriculture. The existing zoning is RSF 4, RMF 8, CI, CC, and A. Consistent with the previous item for large-scale comprehensive plan amendment, we're requesting plan development commercial and plan development residential on the site. The PDR does permit a private golf course. In yellow or orange is the subject property. The blue lines illustrate the core internal roadways that'll connect US 441 at 167th Boulevard to County Road 235A, with additional access to the northwest corner off 235A. The core of the development will be a mixture of office, commercial, close to 441, and mixed-use development in the core of the site and adjacent to 235A. The northwest corner is intended for apartments or attached type product. These yellow is single-family detached adjacent to the 235A frontage, and the density on that is just over 2 units per acre, so a rather low-density residential subdivision. And then the remainder of the site is a golf course that will include 10 units that will be cottages, then clubhouse maintenance and other associated infrastructure for the golf course. This is the master plan for the site, and you can see how those land uses are delineated throughout the property. On this plan, you also see the dimensional standards such as your building setbacks, building heights, and buffers, as well as the land uses within each land use area and the intensity and density by which they are permitted. This is the utility plan for the site. We are going to connect to the existing city potable water system as well as the city's sanitary sewer system. The existing conditions plan illustrates contours as well as the wetlands that have been delineated and approved by the Water Management District. And the applicant agrees with all conditions as outlined in the staff report. And that concludes my presentation.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Any questions or comments of the applicant? Ms. Judd?
Yes, I have a quick question. I don't know, this may roll over to the city side, excuse me, but I noticed on the PD plan in common area / recreation area D, what caught my attention is a public or private golf course. Has the city agreed to operate a public golf course? This may be a question for this side of the dais. Thank you.
Upon approval, it was clearly stated that it would be a private golf course and would be accessible only to the current, the Tower Hill family. And that was the reason that there wasn't a lot of discussion on traffic impacts and stuff, because it was going to be traffic that's already in the development.
Okay. Again, I brought this up one of the other meetings. I would ask the city staff to please be careful what's in these documents. For me as a citizen, if this passes with this language in here, that's not what that says. It says public or private golf course. And I had the same question, I don't know, at one of my first meetings about an ordinance, and I'm not trying to be critical. I'm just trying to express my concerns. Thank you.
Madam Chair, I would like to address that concern. In the draft ordinance 2510, under Section 3, Development Parameters, Condition 1 or Parameter 1, there is a table. Footnotes in Table 1 defines golf course, public or private, as it is defined in the land development regulations. Quote, means a tract of land laid out with at least 9 holes for playing the game of golf and improved with tees, greens, fairways, and hazards. The term, quote, public or private golf course may include a clubhouse and shelters. Sub 2, public, means belonging to, enjoyed and used by, and or maintained for the public generally, but not limited to a facility, the control of which is wholly or partially exercised by some governmental agency. And 3, private, means belonging to or restricted for the use of enjoyment or of particular persons. So public golf course would not be limited solely to one operated by the city, but one open to public play operated by a third party.
Any other comments or questions at this point? Just sort of a comment now that we can talk about the PD part of this, and we're not having to watch our words so closely. The problem that I'm having with this is last month we approved the golf course. Specifically, it was stated, no buildings. The maintenance building was going to be up near the office area. It was just going to be just a golf course. Now we're talking about in that area, we're talking about cottage homes, clubhouse. I don't remember all the uses that you mentioned, but that's different than what we went through and were told last time. So, that's kind of the concern that I have with changing this to, sort of after the fact, as someone said, the horse and the cart has kind of been reversed, because now we're coming back and we're hearing different things, which was probably, I agree, it was probably in your site plan, your overall plan all along, but that wasn't the basis of what we were told when we approved the golf course. So that's kind of one of the sticking points. And then the other sticking point is I realize, I think in the master plan, you're not expecting build out until 2044, 20 years potentially. So I know that this is not going to be 1,900 houses next year and all this, but this is a pretty intense density to be on the peripheral of the city. That's that's kind of the other concerns. I want to let you know that the reasoning behind the no vote is the kind of flip-flop on I don't mean that in an ugly way, but just the golf course now is turning into something different than what we approved. And then two, this is very, very dense to be on the peripheral, on the edges. I know it's not the edge of the city limits, but it's kind of the edge of the development. And given that we already have transportation problems and stuff in that area, however, I also understand that you won't be getting any building permits or anything if you can't, if the traffic and stuff is still deficient. But I just wanted to clarify what the concerns were and why the vote of the way that I did, why I did that. I think if you maybe considered backing into some of that and getting the golf course out of the equation and leave it the way it was approved, it might be something that would be a little bit more agreeable. That's just Sandy Burgess speaking. I'm not speaking for the city, the whole city, but anyway, that just wanted to clarify that. Any other questions or comments of the applicant? Okay.
Madam Chair, may I respond? I appreciate your candor. I understand your perception and why you feel that way. The site plan is not changing. That's been approved, and it was a matter of timing and getting that approval done in a timely manner to be able to then start construction of the golf course. And it was through the mechanism of the PD, and I understand you make a clear argument that the golf course probably shouldn't have been in the PD, and it certainly would have been clear, and at least perceived to be clearer. So I
Thank you for
apologize
understanding.
for that.
I appreciate that.
Yeah. And there was a note in the presentation that I wanted to make clear that I failed to do. The PD reduces the number of residential units to 760 total units versus the numbers that were discussed with the large-scale comprehensive plan amendment. So it significantly reduces, even from what is permitted today, the number of residential units.
So I thought it was a net increase of 700
Not with the planned development. It's 760 units total that we're requesting with the planned development.
So it was the large-scale part that had the increase.
Yes, ma'am. And that was due in part having low-density residential for the almost 200-acre golf course that drove that number.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, we'll now move into the, public comment portion. We first will open this up to affected parties. I will read the definition of affected parties before we start entertaining the comments, and then we'll proceed from there. An affected party is any person who will suffer an adverse effect to a property interest from the proposed application for development permit, including interests related to health and safety, densities, intensities, traffic congestion, environmental impacts, aesthetic impacts, and similar effects. The alleged adverse interests may be shared in common with other members of the community at large, but must exceed in degree the general interest in community goods shared by all persons. Any person who has land adjacent to the land subject to the application for development permit is an affected party. So anyone who deems themselves an affected party, please come forward and state how you are an affected party. This does not exclude everyone else. We just go through the affected parties first.
Hello, I'm Stacy Greco with the Alachua County Environmental Protection Department, and we have submitted a letter stating our thank you. And I did have a presentation. Thank you. I'm the Water Resources Program Manager. I've had the pleasure of serving our residents for 21 years. And thank you for having us and for listening again. This is a very similar presentation as last month. Well, while that is coming up, I can start off with the summary of Alachua County's concerns are water quality impacts to Mill Creek Sink watershed, and developing within karst geology increases chances of sinkholes, and increased water use in this area where the lower Santa Fe and Itchitucknee River and Springs MFLs, minimum flows and levels, are currently not being met. So in the slides, I will go over those points in more detail, but that is the summary. Thank you. So you will recognize Alachua County here, the orangish yellow. That is the Hornsby Springs primary focus area. This is a delineation by the Florida Department of Environmental Protection that identifies an area that has the potential to really impact that spring. So that is an area where we should really be paying attention to how we are developing and what we're doing on the land surface. And you can see that is the area that we're talking about today. And then as far as surface water goes, this is in the Mill Creek watershed. So the primary focus area that I just showed you, that's groundwater. So this is showing you how the surface water moves, and it is in the Mill Creek watershed, which I know you are familiar with all the projects that have happened there to protect that water quality. Mill Creek Sink is the terminus of Mill Creek in Townsend Branch. Hundreds of feet of mapped cave, several large rooms, and complex systems of conduits extending to depths of up to 215 feet. It's a really important area. Our cave divers have had a lot of exploration there. And this is just an image showing that sink. So really a unique ecosystem there. The county supported a dye trace study in 2005, and that report showed a hydrological connection between Mill Creek Sink and Hornsby Springs, and then the Santa Fe Hills drinking water system, which the county does own. A harmless dye was deployed at the sink. I happened to be there taking photos that day. That was when I first started with the county. And it was detected 6 miles away at Hornsby Springs, just within 12 days. Detections were also reported at the Santa Fe Hills well, and then at Darby Springs. And then detections still happened up to 154 days later. While this is a harmless dye, the whole point of a dye trace is to show if pollutants were to go into a sinkhole in that area, where would it end up? And it would end up in all of those places where the dye trace study identified. So shifting into water quantity, there's been a lot of talk about water use today. This is from the 2022 Lower Santa Fe and Ichetucknee MFL status assessment. This is right from Sewanee River Water Management District's report. And this is an area, we are in that watershed right now. This development is in that watershed. And this is showing, this is showing that 2 of those gauges are in recovery. What that means is that with our current pumping, our current use, there is not enough water for those uses and to have healthy springs and rivers that support all of the ecosystem services of that river. So that means that the Water Management District is looking right now for ways to go ahead and reduce use or to increase recharge to protect those water resources. And that's just current pumping. And then when we look at growth, the 2023 North Florida Regional Water Supply Plan was published in December of 2023, and that shows in the North Florida region, this also includes some of St. John's, that population's projected to increase by 49%, meaning that we need to identify up to 135 million gallons a day for that growth. This report also outlined how can we get there, and it showed 15 billion in projects. I'm sorry, it was 2.17 billion in projects to identify that water. It also showed water conservation, and the real key to me is that return on investment that's circled in red there. That water conservation is just so much more effective. For 3.4 million, you can save 1 million gallons a day compared to 5 times the cost of projects. And what water conservation means is how do we reduce the amount of water that's needed for new development. So any changes that can be made on any coming development that reduces that water need, then that's water conservation, and that's helping you to not have to do projects, or us as a community and as taxpayers to do projects to offset that use. So the Tomoka Hills, the water use permit, this was historically an agricultural permit. The Water Management District did approve this permit, and it is an increase of 52,400 gallons per day. And to just put this water use in, to put it in perspective, the Meadowbrook Golf Course in Alachua County was 80 acres, and it used much less water, so it can be done. And then this amount of water for this permit is the same amount of water that the city of Archer uses. So that serves all 1,500 of their customers. It's the same amount of water for this golf course. So taking that together, I know that you're recommending denial, but the following are some conditions that should be included and transmitted to the city in case they do move forward. So recommended a condition regarding sinkholes so that the property owner shall monitor the subject property for evidence of any sinkhole activity while construction is occurring on site at any point after project completion. Any sinkhole activity requires immediate remedial action with guidance from the Sewanee River Water Management District and other applicable agencies. The applicant acknowledges and agrees to limit the size of the lined pond to 1 acre to reduce augmentation with groundwater and the likelihood of sinkhole formation. This came up during the consumptive use permit. The Sewanee River Water Management District recommended that pond be half an acre. So here we were recommending 1 acre to allow a little more flexibility, because having a bigger pond, you're actually going to have to augment it with groundwater to keep that pond there. So, it may serve as a source of irrigation during the rainy season, but it will be augmented during dry times. Your staff had some good recommended conditions here that we just added a little bit more detail to about how to minimize impacts. So soil amendments that meet the U.S. Composting Council Seal of Testing Assurance are required to be incorporated into the existing soil prior to landscaping. And this requirement applies to all development in this area. Using soil amendments will reduce your water use, the fertilizer, the herbicide use that I've heard some of the citizens talking about. using compost fertilizer, or also called top dressing, instead of your traditional synthetic fertilizers. This could be something that is required on the non-residential development. We added D as the golf course area here. No new wells, just added clarifying language that this is irrigation wells on the rest of the property besides the golf course area, because the golf course already has their well permitted. This is great. I'm really glad that your staff added that in there. And then finally, the applicant acknowledges and agrees to install and maintain leak detection technology and a water meter on the irrigation wells associated with the golf course in development area D, because we know irrigation systems create lots of leaks and you can waste a lot of water there. And then finally, there was a condition provided by staff that all non-residential development shall be required to utilize Florida-friendly landscaping. We suggested striking out the non-residential and just having the whole development utilize Florida-friendly. And these are all things that would protect water quality and reduce water use. Thank you for your time, and I'm happy to answer any questions if I can be helpful.
May I ask you just one question? Have you given the, our clerk office a copy of your presentation so it's included in the record?
We emailed it to Carson did. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. We're still in the affected party portion, so anyone else? Now you can finish.
Hello, Menzie Campbell again, and I was trying to condense my little notes here. I just had some concerns on some of the maps that were shown.
Excuse me, no, you need to get on the record why you believe you're an affected party. We need to do
I'm
that
so
here.
sorry.
We're in a new application
That's
here.
That's true. We know why, but state it,
Okay,
please.
I have two parcels of land, parcel number 03056, 000000, and then the same number 001001. And at least 4 of these properties are 03055.
So your property touches the property in application?
Yes.
Okay.
And a couple of the maps in the presentation, the first one being the third, it was, I believe, map number 3 with the moderate density. On the master plan, it was moderate density. And I don't know, how do we ask them questions about when do they make changes to the master plan? I don't know the process. Can they just at any time change that? Because if they change that to high density, which would be apartments, which I have on extremely good knowledge, that's the plan instead of townhomes, that's an additional 7 homes per acre, which is 164 more residences, and per the number of people, we're now looking at about approximately 394 residences, which is 700 to 800 more cars, which then leads into the 5th map they showed, which showed the blue arrows, which were the entrances. Where is all that traffic being directed? Because a couple of the arrows, the blue little arrows from 441 into Tower Hill, the insurance company showed arrows going, I believe that would be east-west, which is my road, 162nd lane. So what is the plan for that? Because that's a 1-lane road. And for years, we've been told because half the road is owned by the city of Alachua, the other half is the county, nothing can be done with that. I've asked the city if eminent domain could be exercised. They assured us that no, nothing could be because of that situation, yet they have it on their maps. And if they're building high density on that corner there, on the peripheral, as you said, that is going to affect traffic flow. And how are they going to get that many cars into 23.48 acres just off 235A? That doesn't seem like that would be the most judicious use. So this could greatly affect my peace of mind. and safety. I already had, well, never mind, I don't want to get into my dog being run over by their construction, but anyway, so, and also one of those maps, and this is my last point, the same, I believe, map that showed those blue arrows, when you're coming in 441 to go to Tower Hill on the left, that's all commercial. But right on the other side of the main entrance off of 441, one of the maps also showed commercial, that parcel, which I do believe they own. However, in the master plan maps, you don't see that. So my question, I guess, is how do we find out all these changes that keep coming? Who do we ask those questions are? Because can you just always change a master plan?
Well,
Because
this is
it's
first
contradictory. I mean,
We'll ask the applicant, but this is the first time this master plan has come to us, so.
Is that part of the normal process for anything of this scale to be approved, that this is the first time you're seeing a master plan that now keeps changing? So, I mean, I'm curious what the process is.
We'll let the applicant answer
Okay.
that, but this is the first master plan that has been presented to the city. So there may have been depictions in some neighborhood meetings or something, I don't know.
No.
We'll let applicant
No, I've been
answer
to the
that.
neighborhood meetings, and none of the master plans, from, if I recall, were not shown, especially not to the detail that they are now. So that's my only concern, is it keeps changing. And it'd be like, could we just see it all at once? Isn't that what everyone should be seeing, is a master plan, is what they envision, not putting a little bit here and getting it approved and then now changing everything?
Well, like I said, this is the first, what's approved here tonight will be their plan, approved or disapproved, whatever
But
the outcome is.
But then that's what part of my concern, that the inconsistency is on that one screen, and they'd have to show their presentation, is you see that commercial area in red, and then on another map in the same presentation, it's no longer in red.
Well, we'll get him to clarify that. We'll try to get all the questions at one time.
Because that's gonna alter the traffic patterns tremendously. And like you said, being on the peripheral, I understand if they want to do townhomes, but they don't need to then go for the money grab of apartments. Townhomes improve land value and property value. Apartments do not. So just want to be on the record for that. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's see if we can answer that question first, if the applicant can answer the question regarding variations in the master plan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm not aware of the specific commercial area that she's referring to. I believe.
Can we bring the map back up?
Thank you.
I know we've really messed up your train of thought tonight by separating this, so we appreciate your indulgence. Come forward so you can clarify we can get it in the minutes.
And while you're on the map right there. Oh, sorry. And while he's has this map up, if you look to the left of 235A, it says moderate density, and then there's arrow to two more additional yellow areas on the map.
Okay.
Just north of the nice pinkish peach area. That area now says moderate density. Does that mean in their plan change that that entire yellow section is going to be moderate density? Because that's me. And I'm R01, so am I now going to be changed to moderate density?
Please address the chair up here, okay? And then he'll come up.
Your property's not going to be changed because you're not part of the master plan. So, I
But
don't know,
it's part
maybe
of
the
that
map's
map
not.
they're showing.
But it's outside of the dotted line.
Okay, and so is that an error then, that it's pointing to the yellow section outside the dotted area that says moderate density? If so, that's another inconsistency in their presentation.
That's something that maybe the applicant or Carson can address to you specifically.
It's just another example of inconsistency or inaccurate information.
I gotcha.
Madam Chair, this appears to be the proposed, do you mind, Ryan? No. Okay, thank you. So this is the existing future land use map, which is how the future land uses are currently. This is the proposed. You'll notice that there's no change to that property. To clarify, this is the future land use, not the zoning. If we move forward, this is the proposed future. If we move forward, this is the existing zoning, which you'll notice is, I believe, RSF 1. Yeah. Sorry, I need to get glasses. I've said that before. And you'll notice here it remains unchanged yet again.
Yes, so Madam Chair, if I may, the maps are illustrated as they are provided by the city. So the moderate density in RSF1 on the adjacent property is accurate to our belief. So that's, and then as far as the inconsistency in the commercial, we still didn't get resolution on that, and I would like to. And it may be the discrepancy between the land use and the zoning that she's referring to.
Possibly, yeah. Okay, if you will share your information with her, and this is maybe something you can show to her directly, because
We'd be glad to meet with.
I don't know
Ms.
that we can resolve it
Yep.
right here because of the,
Yes, ma'am.
but if you'll share your information with her, maybe you can answer that, or Carson.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Sure.
Next affected party.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Busy Shires, and I am an affected party. My family owns the property, and we share the entire southern border of this proposed comprehensive land use change and the zoning change with our family's farm.
You are an affected party.
Yes, I'm an affected party. And so I would state the same 3 reasons for you to recommend denial, although you have already recommended denial of the comprehensive land use change. These two applications are connected, so the zoning change was also have to have the land use change, also recommend denial. So I would also like to submit into the record your concurrency management plan report into this section of your quasi-judicial hearing, so that can be presented as evidence. And while you have recommended denial of the land use change, I hope that you'll also recommend denial of the zoning change. But if that zoning change was approved, while the applicant has stated that they have no intentions of changing their site plan, if the zoning is changed and the land use is changed, it doesn't matter what the site plan says. By right, this current landowner or any future landowner could use that zoning of low density and the PDR, planned development residential, by right, because you then have changed that future land use and zoning. So it doesn't matter what their site plan says for the golf course or how many little cabins are going to plan or whatever they're planning. by right, they have that to use that low-density zoning. So I hope that you will also recommend denial for this zoning change, and my family is opposed to that. Thank you so much.
Any other affected parties wishing to come forward? If there are none, we will move to the staff presentation.
Good evening, Chair, Vice Chair, Board members, Interim Planning Director, and City Attorney. Carson J. Crockett, planner with the City of Alachua Planning and Community Development Department. My resume is on file in the Office of the Deputy City Clerk, and I've been sworn in. This item is a quasi-judicial request by CHW, LLC, applicant and agent on behalf of Tomoka Hills Farms Incorporated and Tower Hill Insurance Group, LLC, the property owners, to amend the zone district from Agricultural A, Residential Single Family 4, RSF 4, Residential Multiple Family 8, RMF 8, Community Commercial, CC, and Commercial Intensive, CI, to Planned Development Residential, PDR, and Planned Development Commercial, PDCOM, on a approximately 345.58 acre subject property, generally located at 15601 Northwest 167th Boulevard. This is the companion item to the previous agenda item for the large-scale comprehensive plan amendment. As such, I would like to incorporate all previous presentation by staff into this item in case something comes up. Here we have an overview of the subject property, shown in the black and white hatched border, north being the top of the map. Running north-south on the eastern boundary of the subject property is Interstate 75. Running north and south along the western boundary is County Road 235A, also known as 173rd Street. And running north-south on the western boundary. And then running east-west, not adjacent to the property, but just north of the property is US 441. For reference, across from 441, from the subject property, we have Santa Fe High School, Publix. Off across the other side of the interstate, we have Lowe's, and then down here we have where we currently sit in City Hall. The current zoning designation of the property is a mix of A, RSF 4, RMF 8, CC, and CI, which I will now give a brief overview of each. The A district is intended to support agriculture and agriculture services, ensure residential development consistent with rural and agricultural character, and to be consistent with the comprehensive plan. The A district permits up to 0.2 dwelling units per acre on this property for a total of 51 dwelling units on that portion of the subject property. The principal use of the RSF 4 district land is single-family residential development at a moderate density for use in areas served by water and sewer systems. The RSF 4 district permits up to 4 dwelling units per acre. For this portion of the subject property, that would be 55 dwelling units. The RMF 8 district is intended to encourage a mixture of medium-density housing types, including single-family detached, townhouses, 2 to 4 family, and multiple family dwellings, in areas served by water and sanitary sewer systems. The RMF 8 district permits up to 8 dwelling units per acre. For this portion of the subject property, that would be 77 dwelling units. The CC district is intended to provide lands for business uses that provide goods and services to residents of the entire community. That portion permits up to 0.5 of a floor area ratio for parcels greater than 5 acres. That would be a total of approximately 986,416 square feet on that portion of the subject property. And lastly, we have the CI district, which is intended to provide lands and facilitate highway-oriented development opportunities within the city for uses that require high public visibility and an accessible location. The CI district permits up to 0.5 floor area ratio for parcels greater than 5 acres in size. That would be approximately 397,000 square feet on this portion of the subject property. In total, the subject property currently permits up to 183 dwelling units and an approximate 1.38 million square feet, equivalent to 32 acres of non-residential development. Here again, we have that subject property shown in the black and white hatched border. Sorry. As we can see, the green is the agriculture portion as it is currently zoned. Then moving up, we have this deep gold color, which is zoned, excuse me. That's the RSF 4 portion. Excuse me, I had my note wrong there. And then the orange color is the RMF 8 portion. In the pink is the CC portion of the subject property, and in the red is the current CI portion of the subject property. We may notice that there are several parcels here. That's a parcel line going down the middle. This square box parcel would be the location of the current headquarters, just for additional reference. The proposed amendment would change the zoning to a planned development consisting of a PDR segment and a PDCOM segment. Once again, here we have that subject property. The PDR segment is the brighter pinkish purple color on both the south and southern portion and the northwestern portion up here. And then the PDCOM portion is the lighter pinkish purple running through the middle here from the commercial intensive district up here through the property over to 235A. And here we have the proposed PD master plan. The PD master plan proposes 5 development areas. Development area A, noted as moderate density residential. Development area B, noted as high density residential. Development area C, throughout here, which the road bisects, which is noted as mixed use. Development area D, which is this larger portion, approximately where the golf course site plan was approved. That would be common area / recreation uses. And then development area E is a little bit of a misnomer. It just denotes where the roadway is. No additional development would be permitted through the roadway. Development area A, moderate density residential, would permit up to 2.14 dwelling units per acre for a total of 100 dwelling units. Development area B, high density residential, would permit up to 14.91 dwelling units per acre for a total of 350 dwelling units. Development area C, mixed use, would permit up to 3.82 dwelling units per acre for a total of 300 dwelling units, and up to 0.16 floor area ratio, which would be about 540,000 square feet of non-residential development. And then development area D, the common area and recreation, would permit up to 0.06 dwelling units per acre for 10 dwelling units, and a floor area ratio of 0.024 for 200,000 square feet of non-residential development. Development area E, the roadway, would have no development potential. In total, the proposed PD would result in a total of 760 dwelling units permitted from the current straight zone district, which would be an increase of 577 dwelling units, and approximately 740,000 square feet of non-residential development permitted, which is a reduction of approximately 643,901 square feet of currently permitted with the straight zone districts. The purpose of a neighborhood meeting is to educate the owners of nearby land and any other interested members about the project, of the public about the project, and to receive comments regarding the project. A neighborhood meeting was held on September 12th, 2024, regarding the rezoning application. All property owners within 400 feet of the subject property were notified, and notice of the meeting was published in a newspaper of general circulation. Materials submitted by the applicant indicate that the meeting was attended by 6 members of the public. Concerns and comments ranged from traffic and roadway standards, the presence of wetlands, water quality, and property rights. A neighborhood meeting summary is available in the application materials for your review. The application has been reviewed for consistency with the city's comprehensive plan. Specific goals, objectives, and policies that support the application can be found in the I would like to note that the future land use element will be stricken from this slide, subject to the previous item on the agenda. So it would be consistent with transportation, housing, community facilities, and conservation open space elements, but potentially not the future land use element, depending on how the commission acts. A brief note on the transportation element, same as the previous item, that segment 6 capacity is getting up there. It's not at a deficiency yet. However, this application does have the potential to negatively impact that. However, this application does not constitute a final development order. It would constitute a preliminary development order or a certificate of level of service, not a certificate of level of concurrency compliance. So with that future land use note, staff would conclude that the proposed amendment is potentially not consistent with the City of Alachua Comprehensive Plan. An evaluation of the specific goals, objectives, and policies is included in the staff report. And then here again for reference is that segment 6 between Interstate 75 and County Road 235A. An environmental conditions analysis was conducted and the findings included in the staff report. There are some concerns for a few of the environmental features listed here on the screen. Minor wetlands are present on the site, however, they exist primarily in the proposed common area and recreation area, which is more conducive to protecting wetlands, especially when coupled with the required wetland buffers provided for in the comprehensive plan and land development regulations. Gopher tortoises have been observed on the site, and future development will be required to provide a gopher tortoise survey prior to approval. There are some soils on site that pose severe limitations due to drainage and slope. However, those are mainly congregated in that common area and recreation area, development area D, and around the wetlands where development wouldn't be permitted anyway. And lastly, the subject property is located in a karst-sensitive area with 6 potential karst-sensitive features and potential seepage slope. Geotechnical analysis will be required as part of future applications. I keep forgetting what page I'm on. You'll have to forgive me. It's kind of late. Section 2.4.2E1 of the city's land development regulations establishes the standards with which all site-specific amendments to the official zoning atlas must be found compliant, listed here on the screen. These are now subject to change due to the board's previous action on the agenda item C. Consistent with comprehensive plan, an analysis of the application's consistency with the City of Alachua Comprehensive Plan is included in the staff report. I would note that it is potentially no longer consistent with the City of Alachua Comprehensive Plan. Consistent with ordinances, an analysis of the application's compliance with the City of Alachua land development regulations is included in the staff report. Again, because of the previous standard, this would now change to have a conflict subject to the approval or denial of the previous application at the City Commission level. Logical development pattern. The proposed amendment reduces an existing strip pattern of commercial development by extending a mixed-use district into the subject property, acting as a transition to lower density and intensity development areas, resulting in a logical development pattern. Lands to the north are developed in the process of developing. The subject property has already received approval for 2 site plans as noted in this report. There is significant commercial development located in the area proximate to the subject property. Incompatible with adjacent lands. The uses permitted by the PDR and PDCOM districts as outlined in draft ordinance 25-10 are generally compatible with adjacent lands or uses and how the development areas are arranged on the PD master plan. It generally slopes down the intensity of development and density of development from the 441 corridor towards the agricultural sector to the south. A large portion of the site is proposed to be developed as residential. The proposed PD master plan locates lower density residential and recreation areas to agricultural lands to the south. Higher density and intensity development is concentrated towards US 441 where existing development has occurred and where higher density and intensity zone districts and land use categories are more present. Adverse effect on local character. The proposed PD is not anticipated to adversely affect local character. The applicant has submitted a traffic impact analysis, or TIA, addressing traffic impacts and circulation, and building height and bulk standards are addressed in the PD master plan. Residential protection standards, business design standards, landscape and buffering standards, and all other applicable standards of the LDRs will still apply and will be reviewed for as part of future development applications. Not deviate from pattern of development. The typical development pattern within the City of Alachua consists of commercial uses located along 441 with decreasing density of residential uses as development moves away from the US 441 corridor. The proposed development areas support this development pattern. Encourage sprawl. Chapter 163.3164, 51, Florida statutes defines urban sprawl as a development pattern characterized by low density, automobile-dependent development with either a single use or multiple uses that are not functionally related, requiring the extension of public facilities and services in an inefficient manner, and failing to provide a clear separation between urban and rural uses. The subject property is located proximate to existing commercial development and proximate to existing water and wastewater facilities, which will be extended to connect the developed property. Spot zoning. The proposed PD would extend the related business zone district through Development Area C along US 441 South at a decreasing rate of density and intensity. Related zone districts and land uses are adjacent to the subject property. This application would not constitute spot zoning. Public facilities. The PD utility plan indicates that the city's water and wastewater lines will be extended to serve the subject property. And lastly, no adverse effect on the environment. No significant adverse impacts are anticipated to the natural environment. 3 gopher tortoises are known to be located on the subject property. Subject property does not contain any lands prioritized through the Florida Natural Areas Inventory. There are 6 areas where county GIS data indicates where karst features might exist. As such, there's a condition added to the PD ordinance that would require additional geotechnical investigation of those areas at time of development. Section 3.6.2A1 of the city's LDRs establishes the standards for which all planned development applications must be found compliant. Listed here on the screen. Yet again, I would note that it would not meet consistency with the comprehensive plan at this time. A full analysis prior to that update is available in the staff report. Section 3.6.3A of the city's land development regulations establishes the standards for which all PDR applications must be found compliant, listed here on the screen. The application has been reviewed for compliance with the applicable standards with a full analysis included in the staff report. Need to get a new clicker. Section 3.6.3D of the city's land development regulations establishes the standards for which all PDCOM applications must be found compliant. Those are also listed here on the screen and found in the staff report. The application has been evaluated for concurrency and potential impacts to public facilities, including traffic, potable water, sanitary sewer, solid waste, drainage, recreation, and public schools. I'll breeze past this if Madam Chair is okay with that, given that there are several other issues at this point. So this staff recommendation has been changed, subject to the previous agenda item C and the action taken by the board. Staff's recommendation is to transmit this application with a recommendation of denial to the City Commission. I'm available to answer any questions the board may have.
Okay, thank you, Carson. Ms. Johns?
Carson.
Yes.
This is one of the nicest developments that's come before us in a while, and I've been sitting here trying to think if there was a way or in our LDRs to accommodate making sure that the golf course that has been pre-approved would be what was built. Is there a way to, with our LDRs, to leave the footprint of the golf course in ag and still provide access to the other amenities like the 10 units that they were wanting to put in the clubhouse on the ag zoning?
There might be some minor changes required on the applicant's behalf. I don't know anything past the master plan that was sent in to us,
Right.
but it would be theoretically possible it would require them revising their submission and coming back before you to remove that portion from the PD and LSCPA. But I wouldn't say there's nothing in the LDRs that would prohibit them from doing such a thing.
And I know in some even with ag, that, I think on some of your charts that it allows 10 units per acre. Is that correct?
Ag allows 0.2 dwelling units per acre.
0.2 dwelling units per acre.
Which, if the golf course was approximately 190 acres, that would still be several dwelling units permitted.
Okay. I think that there would be some workability with the ag zoning, and if that footprint remained the same. The golf course it respected the wetlands. It had a great design, and like I said, I would like to try and figure out some way to move forward with this for the applicant. And I understand they would have to come forward and do that. I just want to make sure that, you know, with our LDRs that there was a way to, you know, provide some of the units they're wanting to add to the, I guess, the perimeter of the golf course.
Well, at this point, Madam Chair, the previous item has already been voted on and has already been voted to be transmitted to the City Commission. So this item is still being debated currently. However, the previous item, I'm not sure there's, and I will defer to the city attorney.
Right, I was just curious if our LDRs would, you know, cover that. That was my just question. That was my question.
I really think that he would have to see what is actually being proposed. I think at this point, if there's any changes, the changes would have to be initiated by the applicant to bring them forward. It's really hard, kind of a little bit in the abstract, to make any kinds of comments on it, that's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Carson.
Anyone else on the board, questions of staff?
Just a follow-up question to the vice chair. I think in the land development regulations, doesn't it have criteria for making amendments or whatever to PDs, right, zonings, right?
There's criteria for amending existing PDs, and any amendment to the LSCPA would constitute a whole new CPA.
Right. But there's usually like a threshold. I mean, I don't know how we do it here, but sometimes it's considered minimal, which means it can be administratively done by staff, you know what I'm saying? And sometimes there's changes that, I guess, jump a threshold that would have to come to the plan board and or city commission. So I'm assuming we have similar guidelines in our land development regulations. Is that close enough to say that?
Madam Chair, that would be a correct statement. We do have
Okay.
minimum thresholds. However, again, that applies to an approved PD, not one in the process.
Right, I understand that, Madam Chair, but the reason why I was asking that question was in deference to the vice chair. If this moves forward or whatever happens, you know what I'm saying, the way, if they want to proceed again, if they had an approved PD, there would be a process to kind of revisit or whatever. But anyway, thank you, I appreciate it.
Anything else of staff? Okay. Any more comments or questions by the applicant?
Madam Chair, board members, thank you for the discussion this evening. We appreciate your feedback. We'll certainly take that back and take a hard look. We understand that this is a recommending body to the City Commission. We'll work with staff and see what our avenues moving forward are. But again, our sincere thank you for the discussions that have occurred this evening. And thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you. Any,
May I ask one more question? Okay, sure. Sorry. I didn't know, and can I ask it I'm going to ask it of the applicant. Would you prefer us go ahead and voting on this next one, or are you considering just withdrawing and working out some issues and coming back to us, or what is your thoughts?
Madam Chair, I would generally defer to the city attorney, but they do have a right of deferral for one deferral of an application.
we have another comment.
Craig Brazier, ND5, AICP planner, professional planner for 20 years. We just want to understand, we understand that this is a recommending vote, so I've got no problem, but I would like some confirmation from the city attorney just to make sure that I understand the regulations and the process correctly. So I've got no problem. Like I said, we appreciated hearing the discussion tonight and hearing what you're saying and hearing some of the points of concern, and that we understand that whatever the vote may be tonight, if we go back and choose to amend the application, that this vote tonight, this discussion tonight does not prohibit us. This is not a final vote in any way, so therefore we're not prohibited from making a change after tonight, coming back and, amending the application and coming back again if that is the path that we choose. And I just want to be clear on that option is still open.
I'm a little bit confused. Are you saying you want to make a change before it goes to the city commission, or you want to make a change and try to come back? I'm not sure what you're asking.
So I'm saying that whatever the vote may be tonight does not prohibit us. So for instance, if this is also a recommendation of denial, there's nothing that prohibits us that we have to wait a year before we amend and resubmit the application.
I believe it does, but I haven't looked at that, so we're going to have to look at that.
Well, that would be my question, because this is not a final decision.
I guess the final decision.
The
The final division would be the city commission.
Right. So upon a denial there would be a time restriction on when we could reapply. This is a recommending body.
Yeah, I believe that's what it, go ahead.
Madam Chair, that would be an accurate statement.
Yeah.
A denial or a recommendation of denial from this board would not institute the time limit for a reapplication. It would be the time limit instituted after a final decision.
I just also want to make clear, though, if there are any substantive changes between here and the city commission,
Absolutely.
that's not going to work either, though.
I understand that
Okay,
would.
I just want to make
I
sure.
understand what that means.
Gotcha.
But I just wanted to make sure that there would be no prohibition of doing that immediately based on any discussion and decision here tonight.
There be no prohibitions on what?
Resubmitting the application.
Before it goes to the commission for a final ruling.
I understand that any changes, any substantive changes would require starting the process over.
Right.
So I just want to make sure that whatever happens here tonight does not implement some sort of time limit restriction.
No. This is not the final
That's right.
decision.
That's all.
These two items are
Right, that
both
was
going
my-
to the city commission with a recommendation. The city commission makes the final decision on both items.
That's right. So that is,
No,
that was my
we are agreed
statement.
on that.
That was, okay. Just wanted that confirmation, make sure that we were on the same page.
Mm-hmm.
So with that, yeah, we're fine with moving forward.
Okay. Okay, are there any other questions by the affected parties based on the discussion? Not to reiterate what you've already done, but if you have something new to add to the mix. Okay.
No, not again.
Is that a yes or a no, Ms. Iris? I'll just leave it at that. Okay.
Madam Chair, we actually need a formal motion on the floor. There's been a recommended motion.
Well, I mean, we did the staff presentation. The board has asked the applicant and then affected parties, so now we're ready for the motion.
Correct. We're on the same page.
So, question though, since the land use request was denied by a tie vote, is this automatically, or we vote again and vote the same way, or?
I mean, that, there needs to be a recommended motion. The recommended motion has been made by your planner, and then it would be a roll call vote again.
Okay. All right, so do we have? a
Yes,
motion?
ma'am. I'd like to make a motion that since the recommended motion and the recommended action by our planner has changed to denial, I move to follow our planner's recommendation to deny.
Do we have a motion? Do we have a second?
I'll second the motion.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second on the floor. So now we will open this up to a time for public comment. If there's something new to comment, the motion clearly is to deny. So please come forward and state that you have been sworn in, state your name, and try to limit to 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam, excuse me, thank you, Madam Chair, Commissioner, staff. My name's Tamara Robbins, and I have been sworn in. A couple of things. It seems like the motion should be essentially the same type of elaborate motion that you generally put on the floor based on competent, substantial evidence, blah, 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 blah. It is not in compliance with the comprehensive plan, and you would recommend denial. Just a motion to deny, I think you need to substantiate that motion so that it's more than that. You didn't even say motion to deny this application. You just said motion to deny. Deny what?
Well, she said based on staff's recommendation.
Yes, but
we'll
she
defer to
did
the
not say
attorney.
based on, okay. Please make the motion so it's comprehensive for the record, that we know exactly what your motion is to deny, okay? Thank you. So I'm going to go back to the golf course that I'm not sure if it exists or not. But during the previous meeting, since this is potentially something that's going to build, and maybe not, they said they had options. They can do if this were allowed, it could be residential or it could be a golf course. I don't think you base your planning on options of maybe you'll do that, maybe you'll do something else, okay? During your previous meeting, when you did approve the golf course, I listened to the audio video. It was difficult, but something was noted that if it was a private golf course, it was allowed by right in ag land. If it became a public golf course, it needed a special exception. So I would like to get clarification on that, because I'd like to know why would it require a special exception if it's on ag land, but it becomes public, and if there was a change that it was going to be rezoned to residential, but it still allows a golf course that's private, because I don't believe it's going to stay, if they build a golf course, I don't think it's going to stay private. Okay? They're going to want to make money on it. So I'd like to know that, what special exception. And so the September 12th, 2024 neighborhood meeting, that was quite a while ago. I'm just wondering if this is the same information that was provided to the citizens who did attend that neighborhood meeting, or was it changed? Because this kind of is like a moving target, it seems. It's really moving, changing. So I don't know that. I didn't attend that meeting. I think there's somebody here that did. So the special exception was a big deal. And there are processes here. So the staff knows the process. The LDRs lay out the process for common development review procedures. So for this to come in so confusing, cart, horse cart, golf course, not one, changing, this is disingenuous. And in my mind, it's unprofessional. So, and I believe that you and the public, me, all of us deserve better. Okay? There are very clear, step-by-step, common development review procedures, timelines, dates, information, incomplete applications, complete, what happens, who does it. So to sit here and have this moving target in front of you, it's disingenuous. And I mean, a no vote or a yes vote to deny is required now because it's not in compliance with the comprehensive plan. But seriously, you all deserve better than what was just brought forward to you and the confusion. And to have a big plan like this, the data should not be coming from City of Alachua, traffic reports. All this stuff should be coming from regional. High Springs is doing crazy stuff. Newberry is doing stuff. I mean, you got to look comprehensively. There used to be DRIs, remember those, Development of Regional Impacts, and then Governor Scott got rid of that. And otherwise, you would have been looking at the regional impacts and other impacts from other developments, how it was affecting the region. And this is a regional issue. Member Johns, you may think this is one of the best developments that's come along, as you stated. Well, I disagree with you. Okay? I think this is way more residential development than we need. And like somebody else stated, and I get them too, emails that price reductions already on newly built homes. So appreciate your time. Thank you.
Okay, well, just if there's an inclination to make that motion a little bit more specific, I think that this would be the time to do it, and that is if Ms. Johns would like to amend that, and I would, again, to make it more specific, it would basically be, and I'm throwing something out here, this is nothing, that it would be your planner's recommendation that based on the prior vote, which found that it was not consistent with the comprehensive plan, I believe that is the basis for that you're doing a motion to, again, carry it forward to this one, that it would be a motion to deny. I will ask the planner if he has any other thoughts there.
Staff's recommended motion would be more specifically, I move that, based upon the competent substantial evidence, the presentation before this board, and staff's recommendation, and the previous item recommending denial, that would be item C on this agenda, this board finds the application for a large-scale comprehensive plan amendment for Tomoka Hills Farms Incorporated and Tower Hill Insurance Group LLC to be inconsistent with the City of Alachua comprehensive plan and not in compliance with the city's land development regulations, and transmit such finding to the City Commission with a recommendation to deny.
And I accept your verbiage for my motion.
So let's just do this formally. First, would you withdraw your motion, the prior motion?
I'll withdraw my previous motion.
And you will move as the, oh wait, in the second, right? There's a second. Yeah, withdraw your second?
Yes, I withdraw my second.
Okay, and now if you will move to adopt the, okay, go ahead.
Madam City Attorney, there's an error on the recommended motion. That should be, this board finds the application for a site-specific amendment to the official zoning atlas.
Okay.
Not large-scale comprehensive plan amendment.
Okay, do you want to do that motion
Yes,
again?
state it
So that,
clearly.
so that,
I will
so that
state the
then,
motion from the
wait, just
beginning.
1 second, okay? He's gonna, and then you could do so move, we get a second, okay?
Sounds good.
Okay, could take care of it that way, go ahead.
I move that based upon the competent substantial evidence, the presentation before this board, the presentation on item C of this agenda, and staff's recommendation, this board finds the application for a large-scale for a site-specific amendment to the official zoning atlas for Tomoka Hills Farms Incorporated and Tower Hill Insurance Group LLC to be inconsistent with the City of Alachua comprehensive plan and not in compliance with the city's land development regulations, and transmit such finding to the City Commission with a recommendation to deny.
And my motion is to adopt the verbiage that our planner just recited.
So we have a motion. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Okay. We have a revised motion and second on the floor. The other thing that Ms. Robbins asked, and staff can correct me if I'm wrong, the application for the golf course was made specifically as a private golf course, which was allowed by right. If they were to decide later that they wanted it to be a public golf course, it would have to come before the city as a special exception. Is that, do I remember that correctly?
Madam Chair, I don't believe this is the item on the agenda. I'm willing to answer your question if you want to answer it here, or would you rather have it answered later?
Well, I was just trying to answer her question, clarifying the language, since it was hard to hear and hard to see, clarifying what the special exception language was in the previous ones, just to get it while it's on our mind.
Yes, Madam Chair. So a public golf course and a private golf course are both uses permitted by right in the agricultural zone district. What was specific to the previous application that was approved as a private golf course was a condition requiring a site plan approval should they change it to be a public golf course, because they were relying on the parking and trips generated and public facility impact of the headquarters as it was private for the use of the headquarters. If that changes, then they have to come in with a new site plan to make it public.
And
Does that help you?
I would just like to add one other thing. Mr. Crockett, have all of the conditions of that site plan been recorded in the public records?
That development order was recorded in the public records of Alachua County, Florida.
And the one you just spoke about, that condition is on that list?
That is on the development order
Okay.
that was recorded.
Thank you.
Does that help, Ms. Robbins? Okay. We're still in the public comments portion.
short person here. Hello, Soria Lindberg. There are some things I want to point out to the board and those listening.
You have been
Oh,
sworn in.
I have
correct?
been sworn in,
Okay.
yes. When it came to local character, directly from the applicant materials, it said the core of this development be akin to a Tioga in Alachua County. They're deciding for us that we want another Tioga. Tioga is 20 minutes down the road. And something that I recommended to the commission is doing a survey for citizens, third party, as an idea to see what we want, because this is such a significant piece of land, and putting something like a town center, mixed use is just a very big deal. And you mentioned peripherals and where it is. The county is currently applying for a $13 million grant to redo 235A between 441 and 235. I confirmed with the county it'll stay 2 lanes. So however many hundred houses or things happen here, it's not going to change. That is, I just wanted to point that out. And so now it's going to be 760 residences. So we're going from 1180 currently greenlit for the whole city. Add 760, that's a 63% increase in just one corner. The city is huge, and it's right here. I think that is very significant. Thank you to Ms. Greco from the county to pointing out how important our water scarcity is and what we should look out for. She has been doing this for 20 years. She lives and breathes water resources. I'm going to defer to her when it comes to this expertise, and it's just, in general, maybe we should slow down what we do until we can know how we can protect this resource. It's very important. Another question, this is the first I've heard, if they add a clubhouse and some units, my understanding is that for the golf course, it was staying at the board level because it was under 8,000 square feet. So is this golf course now going to commission? I would like to know that at the end of my comment time. Is it 7,999 square feet? I'm not sure.
That number that you're talking about is building, not
Sure.
not land.
Yeah,
so
so
that's the difference.
Yeah, so before the last meeting, it was just maintenance. But if there's discussion I've heard tonight of a clubhouse and other units, does that change the process for what happens? Another thing they mentioned about having the mixed use and community commercial, that you can live and work there, that is very ideal. This is not Brooklyn yet, but is there going to be a grocery store, K-12 school? I know I leave my house to go to the store. I leave my house to take my kid to school, buses. That, I don't see how that is valid. Of course, we know about traffic. What is the other thing I had here? Thank you for bearing with me. It's just a bunch of random facts. I just write them down really quickly. Yeah, for putting so much on such a big piece of land. And also they say that things are not going to change. I think we saw today that our trust in them might not be as confident as we are with other applicants. Changing the land use, so I appreciate the recommendation for denial because you also had similar concerns. I just don't know what would stop them from doing what they want later or changing it. And this all came because they wanted to plant grass. I feel like they kind of played us as citizens. We're very smart people. We're all very good at what they do. You are here because you are excellent at what you do. And they just wanted to plant grass before these, like, what environmental protection has recommendations for planting the grass. It just makes me feel very protective of our community because I think that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you.
Marilee Malwitz Gibson, and I have been sworn in. Thank you. From Fort White again. Just to once again emphasize, when it does come back in front of the commission, because it will be brought to the commission, that nothing does change, that everything that's been in this package is exactly what the commission sees today, so that they don't change whatever that is that they want to change to amend based on what was happening today. So I just want to be very clear that when it does come before the commission, it's exactly as you saw it today. Thank you.
Good evening again, Brian Bisher. I have been duly sworn in. Thank you very much. Members of the Planning and Zoning Board, staff. Since this is, since we have had to go to the quasi-judicial part and continue with that, I just want to make sure we enter into evidence the future land use map that you have posted on your website that shows that section at a level F. And I would also like to make sure that we highlight page 10 of your concurrency report showing that US 441 between I-75 and CR 235A has AADT at 98.91% and peak hour at 93.02% without this project. And also that for your wastewater, this would put you over your concurrency levels, and so that that wouldn't work either. And I
I can hear you, but I don't know if she can hear you.
Oh, hey, can you hear me now? Yeah, great, thank you. Must have turned it off somehow. My magnetic personality, I guess. Since LDRs were a part of this discussion at this level, obviously, you all did, recommend approval for, I believe, 2505, and that does have a retroactive clause. So this could conceivably get changed once again, because one of the other changes within 2505 is that those retroactive changes could be made without this particular board's input, done on an administrative level. So your role in that ordinance or change in LDRs is remanded to basically just remove and approve, or review and approve. So you're limited in your scope. I did attend the neighborhood meeting, and just to clarify, I appreciate that. Man, it was like pulling teeth to get information. And there was not a lot of focus on the number of units at the neighborhood meeting. We had to ask a lot of questions and had to pay attention to the slides that were presented. I asked about traffic. That can was kicked down to the road to FDOT. I asked about a traffic study and what that showed. And I believe had difficulty giving me a number about what this represented. I threw the number out of 10 per unit, 10 trips per day per unit, which is pretty standard traffic study analysis. And they said, well, yeah, I didn't want to give you a number, but that sounds about right. So I brought up questions about the connection to Hornsby Spring watershed and how this is overlays the Hornsby Spring watershed. And they said, no, it doesn't. And I said, yes, it does. And we went back and forth like that for a while. And so then I had questions for the EPD, because my understanding was it does overlay that the Hornsby watershed does overlay the corner of it. And it was interesting because their awareness at that time was that this project was only a golf course and 10, maybe 20 houses. They were quite shocked when I said, it's 760. I took a photo of the slide, and if you look in the corner here, you can see that it is. So it's shifting sands, and it has been from the start. It needs to go back to zero. Thank you.
Anyone else?
Madam Chair, can I point out that the map that he presented is actually a projection to 2035, so it's not an error in our comprehensive plan. It's a projection of 10 years from today.
Correct. Anyone else? Okay, well, that ends the
Chair. If I may respond to some of those comments. It's very hurtful to be called disingenuous. We've worked in this community. We have an office in this community. I've been a professional in this community for over 15 years. This is our home. This is what we do. I know it's easy to pick apart and muddy the waters if you're opposed to something, and our process in the matter hasn't helped that. We moved forward with the office. It was allowed in the land use and zoning at the time that site plan was approved. We moved forward with the golf course because at the time that was approved in the land use and zoning. It took time to put the pieces together for this plan development. Since our first neighborhood meeting, we've been genuine about what our intent was, and we've been consistent about what our intent has been, regardless of what you've heard tonight. So I'd just like that to be on the record. We feel that Alachua is our home. We care deeply about our community, and we want to bring the best application to this dais every time. So I apologize that it has appeared to be shifting sands, as has been said. So thank you for the opportunity to address that. Thank you.
Madam Chair, I would just like to address a couple questions and concerns from the public that were brought up during comment. The square footage standard for site plans going to the City Commission is not 8,000 square feet, it's 80,000 square feet as set forth in section 2.2.8C of the city's land development regulations. Assuming you approve your motion, all materials will remain as is, typos and all. The staff report does not get edited. It keeps the same date on it, and it will move to the commission. With that, all of the application materials will remain the same. Regarding the proposed LDR text amendments and how that might affect a PD, that would be Ordinance 2505. As the PD is currently presented, it would require a PD amendment to come back and use those changes afforded by 2505, which it would be a major amendment. It would not be a minor amendment. That would come back before you for recommendation before going back to the City Commission. That would require a whole new ordinance to amend that PD. So as far as the LDR changes are concerned, I have noted in there in the staff report that was given to you all regarding how it does affect PDs. And then regarding neighborhood meetings, I would just like to iterate that as under our code for neighborhood meetings, anyone who attends the neighborhood meeting is welcome to submit their own minutes and summary of the neighborhood meeting, whether that matches the applicant's submittal or not. That's something we look at. But we typically don't see a lot of those. So if there are concerns about what is presented at that neighborhood meeting, I would encourage those residents to present that up front. That way, at the beginning of the process, we can go back and have them restart and do another neighborhood meeting before we get to this point. Thank you.
That's a good recommendation because, the purpose of the neighborhood meetings is to test the waters, so to speak, of the neighborhood. And so we fully expect there to be modifications between the neighborhood meeting and what's actually presented by trying to address some of the concerns. And we do not participate in those, so we can't really answer if there's been a difference, but I would fully expect that the difference is in response to comments that have been made by the neighborhood. But neither here nor there. We have a motion on the floor. Do we have anyone else from the public, or do we close the public comment section? Quickly, since you're an affected party, we'll certainly try to answer you.
Sorry, Menzie Campbell again, been sworn in. Is it possible to have an additional neighborhood meeting when any more of these changes occur? Probably not, I would say no.
I think now that it's been presented, it's,
That's it, how it is, okay.
I mean, that would be up to the applicant if they want to do that, but I think now that
Okay.
it's been publicly,
So, didn't know the exact process, and
I-
they're helpful, or at least you think they're helpful. And, you know, it's nice to have the information, but thank you.
well, we can get Brenda to swear you in really quick, so. Brenda?
This is making me nervous.
We don't bite.
I know, but I don't talk in public too much either.
Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
Yes, ma'am. Well, I'm Holly Deloach, and I don't live here in Alachua, but I used to, on 235A. I attended 2 of the neighborhood meetings that you all had. The maps were presented there. I remember seeing a couple of the people, 3 people that are in the audience tonight at one meeting. Not at all of us at the same meeting, though, at the same time. They presented the maps. They went over the Tower Hill building. They talked about the golf course at the neighborhood meeting. I took my husband back to the second one. They presented all of this apartments, townhomes. All of those things were presented in the neighborhood meeting. The map that was presented tonight with all of those things were presented at the neighborhood meeting. So I'm appalled that some would say they were not. I mean, and I know very little about zoning or planning, that kind of thing. I teach school. In fact, I've taught Miss Gibson's son. So I am surprised at some of the comments made that things were not presented. Every one of the color codes were there. I saw my property. I saw your property. I saw everyone's there. They talked about what was going to be on some of those, the golf course, private golf course, and then the homes that would be built there. So I'm just surprised that, and I know there are, I'm sure you all kept minutes maybe of those meetings. They kept minutes, but the map I saw at the 2 neighborhood meetings I went to was presented here. So that's all I have to say.
Appreciate that, Holly, thank you. Anyone else with anything new? Last call. Okay, being no further comments, we will move it back to the board. We have a motion and a second on the floor, so if the board has no more questions or comments, we'll move to a roll call vote. Ms. Judd?
Aye, and I just want to clarify, the motion on the floor is denial, correct? Okay, aye, thank you.
Mr. Menadier?
Aye.
Ms. Johns?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. So, thank you.
Madam Chair, we've been sitting here a little while. Could we get like a 5-minute break?
A 5-minute break would be very much appreciated to just stand up. Thank you. Okay, let's reconvene and get our next item taken care of. Get back to my, I've got so many papers spread out. Give me a minute to get back to my agenda. Okay, we are now on item 2E, which is also quasi-judicial. So anyone who will be addressing the dais regarding this, please stand and be sworn in.
Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay, Carson, will you, oh, do you want to voir dire
Yes,
first? I'm
please.
sorry.
All right, I'm going to be asking each of the board members the following. Have you received any information regarding this item E, other than information been provided by the city? And I would ask Member Judd,
No, I have not.
Member Benadier,
No, ma'am.
and Vice Chair Johns,
No, ma'am.
and Madam Chair.
No, ma'am.
Thank you.
We all have our mouthful of candy, because that's our dinner up here.
Munchies.
Okay, now would you like to introduce it?
Absolutely, Madam Chair. Good evening again, Madam Vice Chair, board members, Mr. Interim Planning Director, and Madam City Attorney. Carson J. Crockett, planner with the City of Alachua Planning and Community Development Department. My resume is on file in the office of the Deputy City Clerk, and I've been sworn in. Item E under new business is a quasi-judicial item, application number PSP 25-0004. The item is a request submitted by Bowman Consulting Group, Ltd., Incorporated on behalf of the property owner, Alachua 441/235 LLC, for a site plan proposing an approximately 4,927 square foot restaurant with drive-through service with associated site improvements on an approximately 1.37 acre subject property generally located at the southeast corner of U.S. Highway 441 and Northwest 174th Drive. As provided for in Section 2.3 of the city's land development regulations, the applicant will have the opportunity to present first, followed by affected parties, and lastly, the presentation by staff.
Okay, thank you. Is the applicant present?
Good evening. My name is Christian Morales. I'm with Bowman Consulting. I'm the civil engineer and project manager for the project. I'm here on behalf of the applicant, also as civil engineer for the project. We did prepare a presentation to give a small overview of the proposal in front of you tonight, and we've been working with the city's planning and zoning department, Carson, to make sure that the conditions of approval that will be presented to you tonight are have been reviewed with the applicant, and we wanted to make sure that you understand that we're in agreement with the city's recommendation.
Okay.
Having said that, I can go ahead and get started. Can you use the clicker? Like I mentioned, I am here tonight to present to you a quick overview of the proposal. This is for a new Chick-fil-A fast food restaurant with drive-through that's going to be located approximately at the southeast corner of Northwest U.S. Highway 441 and Northwest 174th Drive. This is part of a larger development known as Santa Fe Crossings, and it'll be in one of the parcels that's being developed there. It's just a quick overview of the location map, and we'll have this zoomed-in version in the next slide that will give us a little bit of better context. But we'll be here just west of the interstate, like I mentioned, at the southeast corner of U.S. Highway 441 and Northwest 174th Drive. The parcel, the site is comprised of two parcel IDs, but it's not being subdivided. With the zoning district classification of commercial intensive and a land use of commercial. The proposed use, which is restaurant, fast food restaurant with drive-through, is allowed by right under the zoning districts. So there's no rezoning or anything required to allow for the use. Like Carson mentioned, the site is approximately 1.37 acres in size, and it's currently vacant. So there won't be any demolition or removal of trees as part of the development. It's already kind of a pad-ready site. Just a little bit of background. This is, like I mentioned, going to be part of a larger development. So there's an existing, there's a road infrastructure that's already being installed around the site, providing access from US Highway 441 and then an access road around all the developments. And as part of those improvements, there's already water, sewer, and storm stub outs provided to the development. So we'll be connecting to those as part of the improvements. And I also wanted to mention that we are not proposing any new curb cuts on US Highway 441. There's already one existing driveway, what is known as what will be 174th Drive. So the access to the site will be internal to 174th Drive, not off of US Highway 441. Again, this is a quick view and an aerial map showing there in red will be the approximate location of the Chick-fil-A site. This is a slightly older area, so it doesn't show some of the improvements that have been undergone in there since then. But the plans, both here and in the next slides, will show some of the context around the site. This is just a quick snapshot of our proposed site plan, and I just wanted to give a quick overview of the development. The building itself will be 4,927 square feet. Like I mentioned, fast food restaurant with drive-through. We have two access points off of 174th Drive, one towards the northern most point of the site. Does this have the pointer? Oh, sorry. Let me see. Oh, there we go. There's an access just on the northernmost portion of the site, which leads to the parking area and provides cross access to the development of the property next to us, just to the east. And then there's a second access kind of closer to the southern end of the site. They want to point out this is a full access right in, right out. And the northern access, the one closest to US 441, is restricted to an out only. So that means that any traffic coming off of US Highway 441 will have to enter the site through this southernmost driveway. And the intent of that is to just ensure that there will be no backup onto US 441. We have, again, the Chick-fil-A double stack drive-through, and this is slightly different than some of the older Chick-fil-A's. A lot of the older Chick-fil-A's are more similar to a traditional fast food restaurant where you have the drive-through kind of wrapping around the building, which tends to create a few conflict points with dining customers. So we typically have in the new stores an isolated drive-through where the double lane for the stacking is isolated from the rest of the parking area on site. That ensures that we minimize the amount of conflict points between customers that are on site for dine-in or for pickup and customers who are using the drive-through. And the intent of the drive-through, again, we have double lanes, allows the cars to stack, provides quite a bit of stacking up to the order point. And in the next slide, I'll have some highlights to show the order point canopy and the meal delivery canopy so you can see the locations. At the order point, the customers can either order from the menu boards, but we also have face-to-face attendance. The new Chick-fil-A stores have what you call a drive-through door, so a drive-through window. It allows the face-to-face attendants to exit the building and both deliver meals to the car and also take orders. So oftentimes you'll see face-to-face attendants on the drive-through taking orders through the iPad to make sure that the queue keeps moving. So after the order point, face-to-face attendants, again, guide customers to merge into a single lane up to the pickup window or the pickup door. And this allows the second lane after the order point to essentially act as a bypass lane or an escape lane. That means that, for example, if there's a customer taking a little bit longer because they order, let's say, six milkshakes at the pickup door and their order's taking a little bit longer than usual, the face-to-face attendants can exit and walk down and deliver meals to cars downstream, and then allow them to exit to a second lane to make sure that the queue keeps moving. Like I mentioned, we have 2 access points, both of 174th Drive, and we have a total of 68 parking spaces. The requirement per the LDR is 37 parking spaces minimum with 46 parking spaces max. The LDR allows for an increase of 125% of the required number of parking spaces. We did submit a parking adjustment to the city to allow for additional parking so we could get to the 68 parking spaces, just to make sure that we can provide additional parking for pickup orders, third-party deliveries, et cetera, and as well as to make sure, because of the amount of employees we have with the face-to-face attendance, we have sufficient parkings for both customers and employees. Again, this is kind of a little overview of the kind of the main features of the drive-through operations. Again, we have the 2 access points here. We have some outdoor dining as well, some outdoor dining, some outdoor chairs and tables. And then this rectangular section here in yellow is the order point canopy. This is where the menu boards are going to be. And then, like I mentioned before, cars enter at the drive-through, stack up to the order point. After the order point, they are guided to merge into a single lane up to the meal delivery canopy. And then this meal delivery canopy, the intent of the canopy is to provide protection from the elements for both customers and the employees who are there. At the meal delivery canopy, again, like I mentioned, we have a drive-through door that allows the face-to-face attendants to exit the building as needed. Like I mentioned before, this is that infrastructure that's surrounding the site, 174th Drive. There's already existing installed water main, sewer main, which provided stub-outs to the parcel that we'll be connecting to. This is just a quick overview of the landscape plan. We are providing the required Type B buffers along the west, south, and east sides of the drive-through, also providing some additional screening via hedges and plantings of that drive-through area from the southern portion of the site, as well as providing arterial screening along US 441 as per the requirements of the land development regulations. We have a continuous opaque screen of shrubs materials parallel to the parking areas, as well to screen parking areas from the adjacent roads. And as you can see, the green areas are all the areas that are either pervious or landscaped. We were really trying to maximize the amount of landscaping on site as much as possible, and that includes being above the required open space requirements for the site. That is part of the land development regulations. These are some of the proposed tree species, just some pictorial views. Then just a general view of our floor plan. Again, this was really to kind of illustrate as part of, we do have indoor dining, so there will be indoor dining operations, but Chick-fil-A has also kind of implemented expanding their kitchen area as much as possible to make sure that they have the adequate capacity to service drive-through operations. As we know, the drive-through operations are also very key to the success of the business. Just some of the architectural elevations that required, and these are just elevation views of the delivery canopies, both the order canopy and the meal delivery canopy. The meal delivery canopy is next to the building, but it is not attached to the building. It's its own structure. And the order canopy is, again, like an independent structure along the drive-through. They're open air, so they're not enclosed structure, but they do provide roofing for cover from the elements, and there's some just fans attached to the ceiling to provide relief from the heat. You guys know how it is. Just some of the items I talked about, just about the Chick-fil-A operations in general. We do have the double drive-through with the with the order points, like we mentioned, at both the order points and the face-to-face attendants that can take orders along the length of the drive-through to make sure that, again, like the queue is moving at all times. We have no stagnation. We have the delivery doors. You can see some of that here, as opposed to the standard delivery window. This allows our employees a little bit more flexibility to come in and out of the building and make sure that meals get delivered and the drive-through queue keeps moving. And again, we, part of the Chick-fil-A mission is to have a commitment to the community. The operator that's selected for the store is always somebody from the community, local to the community, so it won't be somebody from outside the area. And one of the things that Chick-fil-A does versus other franchise-type restaurants is the person who is the operator of the store just handles that store only. They don't have multiple stores that they're taking care of. So it'll be somebody who's like 100% invested to the store and also part of the community. And we, because of the nature of the operations, the people that we hire tend to be all local, a lot of high school students, college students. We try to really kind of make the community part of the operations, both in front of the house and behind the scenes. I think just that's just a little overview of both the site planning side of things as well as the operational side of things. So I'm open to any questions if you have any.
Madam Chair, could we ask him if we could save this for all of our meetings to pull up when we run questions?
Well, thank you. That was very thorough, and I do appreciate it. And yes, I have frequented Chick-fil-A's many times in traveling, and I don't know how many times I've been asked by people, "Are we getting a Chick-fil-A?" So I can finally tell them we're getting a Chick-fil-A. So appreciate that. Any questions of the board, of the applicant?
I had a question. I didn't see like a loading zone for the food delivery. We talked about the pickup and moving people through the drive-through, but there's a couple places around town where you run into a semi truck that's trying to unload in the middle of the drive aisle.
Yeah. So we do, Chick-fil-A does drop key deliveries. That means they never deliver during customer service hours. The deliveries are always happen on off hours. That means that they will have both their own deliveries as well as deliveries from outside vendors happen during non-customer hours. Yeah.
Just a couple of comments. I don't know how you fit all of that on less than an acre and a half. I mean, that was pretty good engineering.
We've done quite a bit of layouts. And
Wow.
the key is to make sure that the drive-through can handle the business that we want to make sure, but a lot of the older sites, believe it or not, are a lot smaller. A lot of them are like half an acre, sometimes just very close to an acre. So on the 1.37 acres is quite a bit for us to work with, and we want to make sure that we have both sufficient parking as well as sufficient area for stacking. Yeah.
Chick-fil-A does have a good formula for moving people through.
Yeah.
When you pull up, you think, "Oh my goodness, all these cars," but it really moves pretty quickly.
Yeah.
And I've heard people make comments when there's a parking problem. They say, "Well, you should call Chick-fil-A." I don't know how they do it. So you do have a good formula for that. Any questions of the applicant? Okay. Do we need to follow all the? Can we just go to public comment? Get a motion and go to public comment?
Well, we have to get our presentation, don't we?
Oh, yes.
Why don't you
We're getting a little punchy now, so yes, Carson. Sorry about that.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, are we skipping the determination of affected parties?
Pardon me?
Are we skipping past determination of affected
Ask
parties?
if is there anyone who's?
Yeah, we kind of lost our public, but we do move to comments from affected parties.
No one's claiming.
So we will move past that then, and we will go Go to our presentation by staff.
Good evening again, Madam Chair. Last one. Carson J. Crockett, planner with the City of Alachua, Planning and Community Development Department. My resume is on file in the office of the Deputy City Clerk, and I've been sworn in. This item is a request submitted by Bowman Consulting Group Ltd. Incorporated on behalf of the property owner, Alachua 441-235 LLC, for a site plan proposing an approximately 4,927 square foot restaurant with drive-through service with associated site improvements on an approximately 1.37 acre subject property generally located at the southeast corner of US Highway 441 and Northwest 174th Drive. 2 ingress and egress points are proposed on Northwest 174th Drive, and 1 cross-access drive to the property to the east is proposed. Stormwater runoff is proposed to be directed to an off-site management facility that is part of the Santa Fe Crossings infrastructure plan. Here we have an overview of the subject property and the black and white hatched border there. This aerial is a little out of date. We haven't gotten an updated aerial since the infrastructure plan was completed. Northwest 174th Drive comes down here along the western portion of the property and then curves around and turns into, I believe, Northwest 161st Place. Yes, Northwest 161st Place, and joins up with 235A there. 235A running north-south. US 441 fronts the property, running east-west. For reference, here we have Santa Fe Ford, Santa Fe High School, and this is approximately where the Wawa would be located, again, if we had an updated aerial. Here we have the proposed site plan. I would like to take a moment to point out a couple things. US 441 is on the north side here, running in front of the property. This, as the applicant had mentioned, is 1 ingress and egress point. That would be a right in and a right out only. This is the proposed cross-access drive. This property adjacent to the east has not been developed, nor do we have an application for it at this time, so that'll be continued at time of development of that property. And then the second access point down here, which is a full access point, lefts, rights, to 174th Drive, as well as access to the dumpster pad at the rear of the property there. The purpose of a neighborhood meeting is to educate the owners of nearby land and any other interested members of the public about the project and to receive comments regarding the project. A neighborhood meeting was held on November 15th, 2024 at 14913 Northwest 140th Street, the Alachua County Library, Alachua branch. As required by Section 2.2.4 of the city's land development regulations, all property owners within 400 feet of the subject property were notified, and notice of the meeting was published in a newspaper of general circulation. Materials submitted by the applicant indicate that the meeting was attended by 1 member of the public, and a neighborhood meeting summary submitted by the applicant is available for review in the application materials, though no comments were raised. The application has been reviewed for consistency with the city's comprehensive plan. Specific goals, objectives, and policies that the application are consistent with can be found in the future land use, transportation, community facilities, and conservation open space elements. A full evaluation with specific goals, objectives, and policies are included in the staff report. An environmental conditions analysis was conducted and the findings included in the staff report. There are no concerns with the environmental features listed here on the screen. As previously mentioned, this pad was cleared and prepped as part of that infrastructure plan, so it is a fully cleared site. Section 2.4.9E1 of the city's land development regulations establishes the standards with which all site plans must be found compliant. These standards are listed here on the screen currently, and an evaluation of the application's compliance with these standards is included in the staff report, but I'll now briefly go through each of those. Consistency with the comprehensive plan. An evaluation of the application's consistency with the comprehensive plan has been included within the staff report. Staff has found the application to be consistent with the City of Alachua comprehensive plan. Use allowed in zone district. The use type of restaurant with drive-through or drive-in service is a permitted use in the commercial intensive CI zone district. Zone district use specific standards. Use specific standards for a restaurant with drive-through or drive-in service are established in Section 4.3.4A2 of the city's land development regulations. The application has been reviewed against and found to comply with the use specific standards. Development and design standards. The application has been reviewed for compliance with all relevant standards of Article 6, including Section 6.1, off-street parking and loading standards, Section 6.2, tree protection and landscaping standards, Section 6.3, fencing standards, Section 6.4, exterior lighting standards, Section 6.6, infill standards, Section 6.7, open space standards, Section 6.8, design standards for business uses, and Section 6.9, environmental protection standards. As the applicant mentioned, they did submit and were granted a maximum parking adjustment by the LDR administrator in accordance with Section 6.1.4 B5B of the city's land development regulations. That determination letter is included in Exhibit B of the staff report. And also to address a previous comment regarding loading zones are not required for buildings less than 5,000 square feet. Subdivision standards. No subdivision of land is proposed as part of this application, therefore this standard is not applicable. Complies with all other relevant city laws, ordinances, regulations, requirements, and state and federal laws and regulations. The application has been evaluated against Section 6.8.2, design standards for business uses, with the findings included in the staff report. The application complies with all other relevant city laws, ordinances, regulations, requirements, and state and federal laws and regulations. The proposed site plan was reviewed for compliance with Section 6.8.2 of the city's land development regulations, which establish design standards for business uses. The application has been reviewed for and found to comply with all the standards listed here on the screen. A full evaluation of Section 6.8.2 is available in the staff report. A public facilities impact analysis was conducted for the application, and the findings included in the staff report. The application was reviewed for concurrency with the items listed here on the screen and will not result in an adverse impact to the level of service of any public facility, and the impacts are therefore acceptable. A site plan is a final development order, and concurrency will be reserved. Staff recommends that the Planning and Zoning Board find the site plan application for Alachua 441/235 LLC to be consistent with the City of Alachua Comprehensive Plan and in compliance with the City of Alachua Land Development Regulations, and approve the site plan, subject to the 7 conditions found in Exhibit A and located on page 26 of the May 13th, 2025 staff report. At this time, I'm available to answer any questions the board may have regarding this presentation. I also have the conditions available for review if there are any specific questions about those.
Any questions or comments of staff? Okay, just one, it's really not related to just this, it's kind of a little issue with that whole development right there. And hopefully the development of this site will maybe take care of that, but the road that circles around off of 441 behind here, it's sort of becoming a truck stop. There are a lot of semis that like to just pull up in there and sit. And they're also, when you are on 441 headed west and you're turning south on the 235A, there's a truck parked in the turn lane to go into the Wawa area or to this back street. So, I mean, like I said, it has, hopefully with the increased traffic of businesses in there, that'll discourage some of these truckers to go in there and catch up on their sleep or whatever they're doing. Since we have a police officer here, any additional patrolling out there to get those trucks out of there would be greatly appreciated, because it does get congested, and I know trucks need to get off the road after so many hours, but they kind of create a problem when they just pull up on a side street. So that just a general comment while I'm thinking about that. Any questions or comments to staff? Okay, well, since we have no affected parties, we will move to a motion and then open it up to public comment.
All right, Madam Chair, I move that based upon the competent and substantial evidence, the presentation before this board, and staff's recommendation, this board finds the site plan application for Alachua 441-235 LLC to be consistent with the City of Alachua Comprehensive Plan and in compliance with the City of Alachua Land Development Regulations, and approves the site plan subject to the 7 conditions found in Exhibit A and located on page 26 of the May 13, 2025 staff report.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. One thing we do need clarified from the applicant is, do you agree with all of the conditions that have been, you may have stated that and I missed it, but let's get it clearly on the record.
Yes, the applicant agrees with the conditions.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so we have a motion and a second on the floor. We'll open it up to public comment. If anyone has been sworn in, since this is still quasi-judicial, has any comments or questions, please come forward at this time. Being no public comment, we'll bring it back to the board for a roll call vote. Ms. Johns?
Aye.
Mr. Benedier?
Aye.
Ms. Judd?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Go forth and cook chicken. We're ready for you.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, board comments and discussion. And of course, you know the standard question. Is there a meeting next month?
Yes, Madam Chair, there's a meeting next month.
Mark your calendars. We're on duty next month. Okay, any general comments from the audience? So do we have a motion to adjourn? Oops.
So moved.
Second.
We are adjourned. I think this was one of our longest meetings. Thank you.